ready for all this?
Let's go, Mr. Ryder.
Okay, what do we do? I'm going to call this meeting to order. Would you please follow along with the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation with Ted Martin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, Mayor and Board. Please join me in prayer. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, thank you for another beautiful day in Branson, Missouri, and all of the Ozarks. Father, tonight we invite you into these chambers as we do the business of the city, to discuss ordinances and bills, and that all that we do, all the discussion we have tonight would be honoring and glorifying to you. Father, tonight we bring this agenda before you. We're thankful for all of our city employees, for the 250 plus members that make local government work, as we see this week, as we recognize that as a celebration for our city employees. Father, thanks for the many blessings. Thank you for your love and forgiveness. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Ted. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Fenton.
Here.
Denham. Here. Cooper.
Here.
Milton.
Here.
Howden.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
LeBlanc.
Here.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. This is the public comment section of our meeting. At this time, the board will hear citizens who have signed up in the order that they have. We will hear from them in the order they signed up. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers this evening?
Yes, we have a few. Our first one is Mike Isley, address 113 Hidden Springs, Branson, speaking on the topic of drag queen show.
Hi, Mike.
How you doing?
Good.
So I just want to give a little history of what brought me to Branson.
Yeah.
Okay, what brought me to Branson, Missouri? I came from California 3 years ago, and when I came to this beautiful city, I felt the presence of God and just the family orientation of this community. It's unlike anything I've ever seen in my life. You know, previously, before I found the love of Jesus in my life, I was a dope dealer. I sold cocaine and all kinds of things. And one of my best customers were drag queen people. And I know a lot about that nature because that's the person I was, you know. This really concerns me because this is right. My house is right behind this strip mall, you know, and, you know, it's an adult entertainment. There's no way we can claim it as not being an adult entertainment. I mean, you have to be 21 to go to the show, you know, and it doesn't fit in with what we have here as a community. I mean, this is a family-friendly place that people come to, you know, to share, you know, happy moments with their kids and their families. And I don't think this is going to be a very good thing for our image as a city that's what people come here for. I mean, this is really, you know, a special place. You know, we have to answer to God Almighty. And if we allow this to start creeping into our city, you know, it's not going to be a beautiful place because it grows. It's like a bad seed. And before you know it, it becomes a tree. And those seeds from that tree sprout everywhere else. And so, you know, we're just really concerned as a community, I know I am, for what I'm seeing, you know, especially considering what I've, you know, witnessed as a dope dealer and seeing this kind of, you know, thing happen. So, you know, I just hope you guys take this into consideration and that hopefully we can look at this as what it really is, adult entertainment. Thank you.
Mike, thank you for sharing. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Trish Isley, 113 Hidden Springs Drive, Branson, Missouri, speaking on the topic of drag queen show.
So we recently heard about the drag queen show coming to Branson, and that's why we're here tonight, is we don't agree that it fits in with the Branson community. We moved from California in 2020, And one of the reasons we moved from California was to get away from all the evil that was happening in the world. We have 2 kids, a girl who's 14 and a boy who's 18. And we want to raise our kids honoring God, honoring the community, honoring family. And we always bragged about Branson being a G-rated Las Vegas. Now, if we allow drag queen shows to come into Branson, that's no longer defined as G-rated. We don't want Las Vegas in Branson. We want clean family entertainment that honors God, family, and our country. And drag queens don't fit that definition. So, and I'm not a public speaker, so sorry for my nervousness. But
You're doing great.
so the flyer that's going out says you have to be 21 to enter, and you have to pay money. So to me, 21 is an adult. So that should be defined as adult entertainment. You know, it's common sense. If you have to be 21 to enter the door, that's adult entertainment. Would you bring your children there? No. So I just want to stress, don't let this come into Branson, please, from the bottom of our hearts. You know, we moved to Branson because of the definition of the town, and we'd like to keep that integrity here. Thank you.
Thank you, Trish. Madam Clerk?
Your Honor, our next speaker is Anthony Ryback, Branson, Missouri, speaking on adult entertainment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the board for allowing me this opportunity.
Yeah. Would you help him with the mic?
I wanted to
Thank you.
share one of the things that I'm proud to live in Branson now. I, too, am a California transplant, and I feel like I was brought home when I came here. And Branson is known for its love of God, love of family, love of our country, and our veterans. And we are known around the nation because of our values and our, unfortunately, that also makes us a target. And I know that a lot of people are concerned about a drag show that is slated to come here. But what I've found out is that, well, first I want to say that this whole issue of adult entertainment, my wife put a post on Branson, Missouri vacationers just asking the question what people who come to Branson would think of adult entertainment being in Branson. And overwhelming response of over 400 responses were, no, not in Branson. That's not why we come to Branson, and if that happens in Branson, we will take our vacation money elsewhere. So I know that that's a secondary effect that Branson will not want to see happen, is a loss of revenue and tourism because of adult entertainment. I'll just speak up closer. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chad.
Like I said, we're targeted, and back in 2019, a couple of producers from HBO thought up the idea for a new show, Drag Queens. And their premise was to go to small towns, rural towns around America, and shake things up. And on the list targeted for their third episode is Branson. So this is not something new, it's something that's already been in Branson. And their purpose is to befriend and train certain locals to participate in what was to be a one-night drag queen show. I looked up on a website called Hodgka, which is an entertainment and culture website, and they said 3 drag queens set up camp in the heart of the Bible Belt in an episode of We're Here, as the trio bring their drag therapy to Branson, Missouri, home to wholesome shows the entire family can enjoy, backed by strong religious conviction, and where the queens were welcomed with mostly open arms. During their previous 2 stops, they came face to face with ugly prejudice, hostility, and bigotry that really took them back. And although they aren't surprised, some of them finally found acceptance by the owner of a hall with dressing rooms on a yacht anchored next to the hall, appropriately named the Princess. And that hall they found is the Paddle Wheel and the Branson Landing Princess. So things were quiet for a long time until recently they found another venue in Mr. Glenshaw's. And Mr. Glenshaw's is not a bad business, but they're supporting the Branson nightlife. And the Branson nightlife is becoming cancer that is attacking the values and morals of this city. Back in March 17th, the Rainbow Ladies held a Shock the Shamrock show, drag queen show, and they are planning another one on May 26th, Spring Out Branson Party. This is happening on Gretna Road, and not only is the drag queen shows, there's an all-male review that is being hosted there. They've already had one back in February, and they're planning another in July. This is, if you looked at their snippets of video that are on YouTube, you would be disgusted at the vulgarity of these shows. It's a male review. And so these 2 items
30 seconds.
should be reclassified as adult entertainment, and they should not be allowed in this beautiful city. We should no longer be a silent majority catering to a vocal and in-your-face minority. Save Branson.
Thank you, Anthony. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Amy, 702 Long Street, Branson, speaking on adult entertainment.
I'm not a speaker, but I'm going to do my best. We are talking about what is Branson? Branson is where families come to with their children. I have children, I have grandchildren. And when people call me and ask me, what is there to do in Branson? I said, Branson is a kid-friendly version of Vegas. But when we let things in like this, it becomes un-kid-friendly. In Matthew 5, 27, 28, it says, if you look at another person with lust in your eyes, you've already committed adultery in your heart. All you have to do is look at them a certain way, and it becomes sin. I don't want that sin in here. My children, my grandchildren, they've all followed me up here, and I love Branson. I'm against this, and I pray for this city, and I pray for our country.
Thank you, Amy. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Ricky Zates, 3000 Green Mountain, speaking on health.
Sure you all have seen this before. I want to publicize it one more time. nomorejab.wordpress.com. I was in a restaurant, and the lady, her dad was a doctor, and he was having to take care of people that wanted the jab, okay? And he said, I don't recommend it, but I have to. They're going to take my license away as a doctor. And so even though his whole family didn't do it, he did. He could have said, go to some other doctor, but he didn't do that. Well, when he was giving it to pregnant women, they were all having miscarriages. We got a 92% chance of death. And also, there's also deformity that occurs to those that survive. Then she said, I have another relative who works at the morgue. And they've been having a lot of problems over there because of the cobra venom, which is the spike protein that gets into the red blood cells and coagulates them, and they pull out 3-foot-long blood clots. And they have, of course, strokes. And this has happened in my own family with one of my relatives, where she got it, all of a sudden she's got a stroke, and she's got blood clots. So we got to just follow the information that's being given here. And as far as what's going on in the city, bringing perversion into this city isn't going to help this city. You all are sitting up there because we were basically appalled at the city being closed down with a shutdown and forced masks and forced vaccinations. I commend every single one of you, and I was on your team, and I'm still on your team, by the way. I still support every one of you, and I pray for you daily. And Jesus is going to look at this video that we call our life, this simulation, stimulation, and say, what did you do when you were there? Did you do something? Did you save a life? I don't care what you do to me. But if I save one life because someone got a hold of this information and they're being conjured or they're being forced into a situation where they're going to put something lethal in their body and they're going to die, or their children are going, they're giving this to infants, okay? And they're doing other weird things too. They're putting perverts in jails that are males with females, and the women are getting raped. There's all kinds of strange things going on. And I also came from California, and that's why I'm here. I left California to come out here, and I've been all over the world, and I keep coming back here because I love this town. I love this town so much. It's hard to even describe it. I've seen such wonderful qualities, such great people. What a wonderful environment. I'll do anything to maintain it. I am definitely in favor of what we have now currently as our administration here. But you have to listen to these folks. There's absolutely no call. And by the way, this fight has been fought in other cities. There has been fought where, for instance, a group of Satanists wanted to bring Satanism into the school, and the parents said no. And then the Satanists said, well, you have a after-hour Christian program. He said, I don't care. We don't want you in you want you deforming our kids. And the kids that do get these sexual changes are committing suicide. Do you have any idea what the statistics are in our country right now? All I'm asking you is to open up your eyes, get the data. We have an awful lot. We're here to help people that have already taken this lethal injection, which is not covered by insurance. We're here to help and give remedies to cleanse it out of their bodies. I'm here for you, okay? I'm not against you. I'm here for you. If your life was going to be taken, I would protect you. We're here to protect life. What's more valuable than life? Why are we here? If we're not here to save life, what are we here for? If we're not here to protect our children, what are we here for?
Thank you, Richie. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is David Fountaine, Branson, Missouri, speaking on adult entertainment.
I want to say that tonight is a great honor to be in the midst of all you folks, our mayor, and the men and women who serve our town, and you serve us well. I can say that because I was in Christian entertainment for years with a gospel group known as Chosen Few at Silver Dollar City. I came not too long after Mr. Cooper got here, and I remember, thank God for Grapevine Opries, but thank God for Branson. I can say to our mayor, a man of great integrity, and all of you other men and women that are here, Mr. Marshall, I drove the bus after leaving Bible College in Springfield for your grandfather, and I did well, even though Highway 7 is still a pig trail. What I'd like to say to all of you today, there should not be an issue of shame or disgust, because Branson is just like what Jesus said to Peter. Peter, you're a rock, and upon this church I'll build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail. I've been gone 22 and a half years and came back at COVID and was so hurt and astonished to see the way the town that I loved had left. And Miss Ruth, I'm very, very thankful that you're here, but I want you to know this. I had my fill with some people that are politically correct, and if you can't tell, I'm from Tennessee. But I came to Missouri and loved and got a chance to come back here. The thing that hurt my heart so bad was 2 weeks ago, my wife, who's been taking care of my family in the UK, in the United Kingdom, sends me a post already that these men had the audacity to put their posters out in the East Coast and West Coast and also overseas, inviting folks to come to this area. I don't mean this wrong, ladies and gentlemen, because I fought hard to come back here. One of these days, I might even have enough money to buy somebody's house in this town so I can live here instead of absolutely running in my coach. But can I tell you the thing I'm excited about right now? The Bible says in the last days, men's hearts will fail them with fear. This is not a reason to have fear or any form of anxiety. It's a moment where we need to pray for every one of you sitting in those chairs and behind that desk. Folks over there as well. We need to pray for one another, because guess what? You may not like one denomination or one society, but guess what? You get a chance to go find another one. I'm not hating transvestites. I hate the sin and the perversion that comes with it. And ladies and gentlemen, this is not the first time 60 Minutes has wanted to come to this town to do awful things to us. I didn't get a rousing amen, that's fine and dandy. But I want you to know, two of the men who came here and did travesty in the early 2000s found me in Oklahoma City doing crusade tents with a guy by the name Blake Shelton, who came to help because I was helping people find their future. Yes, I've surrendered to ministry, and yes, I'm Southern. But the one thing I think we've got to agree upon tonight, ladies and gentlemen, a family that prays together stays together. This is a manner of prayer regardless of who you are or where you come from. And the good news I get to give you is God will hear you if you'll just open up your mouth and talk to him. To the men and women that are here, I'm praying for you and your families. Because guess what? You represent this town well. And unfortunately, I've lived through a few representations of this town. While I was here and even while I was gone traveling the world. I've been to all 50 states and 37 overseas countries. I'm on my second stint back at Branson and been fighting to get here and deliver food and clothes throughout 3 states, Arkansas, all of Missouri, and Iowa, with 11 cowboys who I led to Christ. I've invited them to come to some of you who entertain here to your shows. I've invited them, Mr. Mayor. I asked this one lady that was with us had come in town. She'd come in from California, and I said, "You don't have anything fancy on us here in Branson?" She said, "Well, I'm from California." I said, "Our mayor is too, but he got out of there as quick as he could." She laughed, and Mayor, that day, Mayor had so many offices and so many objectives going on, I did not know what to do, but I will tell you this. I left word to let them know. And that lady has now not only come here, and her and her husband have come back and bought 2 condos here, but I will tell you something. The disbursement of what we're seeing right now in this made public situation, Branson doesn't need that kind of entertainment. Branson needs to follow what God called Branson originally to do and pay attention to the 5 angels that have been stationed over this whole property for years. There were great prophetic people that gave word back in the early 1900s about what was going to happen here. In the last days, people would come from all different nationalities, towns, states, and cities.
30
and would
seconds.
come here wanting to be touched. And like I said, I heard that. I'm letting that go, but I want you to know this. If they came once, they'll come again. But ladies and gentlemen, it's up to us to stand up for what's right and support our aldermen, women, and mayor. God bless you all.
Would the last one out of California please turn out the lights? Madam Clerk?
Your Honor, Rob Tiora, 1307 Ridgedale Road, speaking on the topic of tonight's meeting.
That's correct. Thank you. I'm going to speak from a businessman's perspective. We were drawn to this region because of the strong Christian values that are here. I volunteer at the Beck Museum, Tom and Wendy Beck, downstairs in the Train Museum. And I have the privilege of speaking with people as they come through and visit us. And I ask them, why did you come to Branson? And time again, they tell me because of the Christian, strong family values, and it's a fun place to be. This is representative of the 10 million people that were here last year and growing. It's coming back. Yes, we had a rough patch, but you folks stood and kept moving forward like you have for years. This city is what it is because of what you have done, the stand that you've taken and the values that you've committed to. And I, for one, am greatly appreciative of each of you.
Thank you, Rob.
The business we have and the business we're wanting to have in Branson is going to be a housing support, which is significantly needed. Several of the owners have told me, I can't put my employees anywhere. How am I gonna run a business if they can't go home at night? I've heard that time and time again. I've spoken with many of the business owners in this community. And so my wife and I have thought about that. There's several large parcels along Gretna Road, and we've been looking at some of those. The church we attend is 0.4 of a mile from this location we're speaking about tonight. And we're very concerned. We're very concerned because we want to see the values continue in this community. I've had the privilege of reading Harold Bell Wright, original manuscript that's in that museum. And I'm amazed at what this region and how it has changed. I believe Branson is here because of those strong values that he reflected in that Shepherd of the Hills novel, the first novel that sold 1 million copies in this country. Strong values that go back quite a while, years, decades. Last year, we had the privilege of the governor coming down to celebrate his 150th birthday. I'm like, what? That's how committed this community is to these values. The governor comes to our community. The governor came to our community for several of the other theaters that have been here. You know, the Bald Knobber's 60th anniversary. Guess who was here? This is a strong community that's committed to serving one another and to serving strongly those values that you each, I believe, stand for. This is an affront to who we are, to those values. We need to take a stand. We need to take a stand now because it slowly erodes little by little. I'm watching other cities in our nation change. And they're changing and letting things in that, quite frankly, I don't agree with. And guess what? They're seeing an erosion of their city. They're seeing a quality of life change. And they're seeing capital flee from their cities. That is not good. That's not good from a business standpoint. That is not good from a community standpoint. And it erodes, and it continues to erode to the point where it becomes completely different than why you are there. We are here in this region. We were drawn to this region because of strong Christian values. This is the Bible Belt.
30 seconds.
We believe in that, and we believe in what you're going to do to support that. Please continue to stay the course that you have. Please stand now for what is true, what is right, and what you've stood for so long. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Denise Tiora, 154 Cedarberry Drive, Blue Eye, Missouri, speaking on entertainment in the area.
Hello, thank you for listening to all of us. Excuse me. I just want to ditto what everybody else has been saying earlier. We are also from California. Very glad to be here. I brought them, actually. I have brought 4 families here, so, and they love it. They would never think about even going back. So we love what Branson stands for. We were missions directors at our previous church, and so there's a lot of people that we have that come visit. We are proud of taking them through Branson and showing them the shows that go on here. I have great-grandchildren, and I love to be able to take them out into the community and show them a good time. I don't want to have to worry about not taking them to particular locations in Branson. I don't think that's fair to them. It's not fair to us. when we come to this community and we want to support you, as they've said before, we do pray for you guys. We're very grateful for what you stand for here. And I just want to express my feelings and let you know that I support how you are incorporating this city and standing for family values. My brother was a Vietnam veteran, and we moved in my dad. He lived with us for a couple years, and my brother, being from Vietnam, he was really surprised with this community and what you guys do to support the veterans. And he was one of those that was, spit upon when he arrived back in the States. And so he says, his comment, "You guys really like Vietnam veterans here." It really blew his mind, So we just want to see that continue in our city. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Denise. Denise, if you'd share with your brother, this mayor and board tells him thank you for serving. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Bill Skanes, 805 Mockingbird Lane, speaking on Fall Creek, P&Z, and 3% tax use.
Well, just remember, this dais is bulletproof.
Clay, it's your turn to get picked on. Here a long time ago, Clay said he's gonna kiss me on the mouth. That ain't never gonna happen.
Probably a bad night to bring that up, Bill.
I know.
Excuse me, would you start his clock? His time has started, thank you.
One of the good things that come out of this is I wouldn't get to see Clay in his dress. Oh, you needed that, didn't you? A smile? On a couple things tonight, I'm going to ask you all, as passionate as you are about this issue, I'm going to ask you tonight to get passionate and don't leave until we discuss this fire station stuff. We promised these taxpayers, see, Dick Gass and I were the only two aldermen sitting on it at the time, to get this thing passed, to fund for a new fire station, 12 new firemen, and I'm asking them to, I don't care if you double read it, just get this thing done fast, because we promised these people about how many years ago? 6, 7, 8 years ago, somewhere like that, to get this thing done. So we get it done, we can build a cotton picking police station and finish it out for the policemen as well. I'm going to ask you all to
Bill
read.
Skanes, we have every intention of having a double read tonight.
You're a good man, Larry. I don't care what they say.
We're doing that
I
for
don't care what
Dick.
they say. I'm going to ask you guys to relook at this Country Bluff Estate situation, because when the people from planning had addressed us as a previous group of aldermen, we could save about $200,000 on those pumping stations down there. There's 2 of them. And if this thing's done just right, and that is run through to Country Bluff to approve the water and sewer, then we can save roughly $1.8 to $2 million over a 10-year period. It's time to revisit it, because we need the housing. We don't exactly have the best of areas for housing. I live behind Bob Evans. That's probably one of the last flat places in town. I'm not going to stand up again and talk about any further on the tax, 3% tax. I think you took care of it from what I could see. Some changes in there. It was ambiguous. I would like to see in that 3% tax that it states specifically what it's going for, because we should have gone for a 1-cent sales tax, guys. That was a mistake that we made to fund police and fire. It's only about half of what it takes. And with the raises given to the police and firemen, and the hiring of the new officers, and the hiring of the new fire personnel and all their equipment, it's going to be real expensive. And if this can be diverted to use to pay for that, then that's less money has to come out of general revenues. And like, I can't remember who it was, said to me a little bit early, you were the one that picked on me and said, let the potheads pay for the potholes. And let's just get that done. So we got to tax it somehow. We probably should have done it for now, Larry. But I'd like to see the majority of that money if possible, go to police and fire. They need it. You have some appointments to make tonight, and I'm going to ask you to pay particular attention to these issues and these people that have come on, because there are things that have been said in the past that have denigrated myself, Clay, Cody, Chuck, and those things just don't need to be said. I'm trying to be as tactful as possible in this. It cost us about 100 and some odd homes down Country Bluff. When the mayor, you asked me to go to Dan Ruda and see if we could get him to build that 100-year pond. I got that agreement on that, and we could get all this stuff done. It got stopped somehow. It has cost us 100 electrical jobs, 100 sheetrock jobs, a whole lot of infrastructure over there that the city could have made money on, and it's time to move forward on it. And I would agree that Dan didn't exactly make a whole lot of friends when he cut all those trees down. But like Larry, when you and I were at the meeting with the county officials, it absolutely stunned me when they said, I don't care if you grow corn, wheat, soybeans, cotton, put cows or chickens on there. It was county property, and we could do whatever. And that, when it really hit me, with all these islands we have here in Branson, we better start paying attention about how we assimilate these and what they can do. Just ask you to go back and revisit that. Clay, you look real nice in that outfit, bud. I'm telling you. Do I need to print legibly? Is that what you're saying, Kathy?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I don't know if I can. One
Thank you, Bill.
last thing. Just give me a second. I don't agree with my friend back here. But there was a court case, East Lansing, Missouri, that said, you may not like what the guy's going to say, but he's got freedom of speech. And I will support his freedom of speech. I don't exactly care for what he says, but by golly, that's his opinion, and I think we ought to listen to it.
Thank you, Bill.
That'll cost you 50 cents and Clay's dress.
Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mary Shearer, 224 Norwood Drive, Branson, Missouri, speaking on drag queen shows.
Hi, my name's Mary Shear, and I've mostly only been a mom and a wife and a grandma and talked to people about fruits and vegetables, so this is a new deal for me. I'm new to Branson. A year and a half, my husband and I moved here, and I want to thank every single one of you. Most of you I don't know. I might know some of your names, for the foundation you've laid, because we feel like we moved to heaven. And we'd really like for it to stay that way. I'm not going to reiterate everything everybody else said about the family town that this is, but I will say that we did not come here for the drag queen shows. We came here for Queen Esther. Secondly, I just want to speak to the drag queen issue. I'm a woman, as are about half of the population in the world, and obviously in Branson. And I think it's so disrespectful to women to dress like one and act in that manner. I've been a dance teacher in the past. I really respect theater. I can't sing or dance that well, but I just think it's a travesty to call this entertainment of any kind, especially adult entertainment. But that's what it is. And then thirdly, I just want to say, as a survivor of childhood incest, I've talked to many survivors, read many books, and done a lot of personal work to get through that. And I believe that these kinds of things that look insidious at first are a slippery slope, and they turn into something horrible. So what we're really looking at here is a spiritual battle, and you guys are the forefront for us. So I really want you to know that we're praying for you. We stand with you. I'll do what I can do. I think that everybody in this room that believes like that will feel the same and do the same. And so we expect big things of Branson, things that we may never see, that only our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren will see, because we won't live for that part, but that's what we're doing right now. We're laying the foundation for the future. And people like me who didn't come from California, but I came from St. Louis, and I want to stay here forever. So thank you so much for listening, and thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Mary. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Jay Scribner, 105 Galewood, Branson, speaking on drag queen.
Hello, Jay.
Hello. Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you so much for this. I've been in Branson for a little over 45 years and retired from my vocation position here a little less than 20 years ago and didn't want to leave here. So we've chosen to stay. We found a home, and there's lots of reasons for that. And one of those reasons is even what we're discussing this evening. So let me suggest that with the changes that I've seen over the last 45 years, some very, very positive changes. And I must admit, over the last several years, some concerns on my part and my heart with some things that are going on. A highway like 65 gets littered not by a trash truck that dumps its content, but it gets littered by one piece of trash at a time. You've got opportunity tonight to deal with additional litter that shouldn't be disposed of here in our community. Let me suggest that this type of perverted so-called entertainment is three things. Number one, it's antithetical to the clean family entertainment that Branson has reflected for decades. Number two, it is in direct opposition to the family values that has brought and promoted proper entertainment in this area for its entire history. Well, maybe with the exception of when the Baldnarbers were riding the ridges. But other than that, in its entire history. And number three, this type of immoral perversion is a violation of state statutes and I think city governance because of its blatant lewdness. Let me encourage you to look up that word, lewd, as it relates to state statutes and even city statutes. We've actually dealt with this type of thing about 25 to 30 years ago. And I'm not sure that there aren't some ordinances or statutes within our city that probably has already spoken to this. And as one gentleman has stated, that 4/10 of a mile from where this is slated to take place, there's a church which, as you do your research, I'm not sure it's not covered with that. So just let me encourage you in that. Now, this final thing, I found it interesting when I came in tonight and sat down and looked on the screen. The value for the month is sustainability. And that has to do, according to what I read on the screen, with working together to keep things clean for a better tomorrow. Now, this type of entertainment, I assure you, won't bring sustainability nor a better tomorrow to Branson. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jay. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Haven Howard, 301 Willowbrook, Branson, speaking on drag show in Branson.
Hello, Haven.
Hi. Thank you so much for letting us come and give our viewpoints. My name is Haven Howard. I've been a Taney County resident for 30 years. I did not come from California either. But I do represent hundreds of women in the area, as I'm the area director for Concerned Women for America. We see across the country that schools, libraries, zoos, and community centers are being inundated with drag queen shows. It's not entertainment, it's depravity. Drag queen shows are a well-orchestrated effort to confuse the minds of our young people and to create a caricature of a woman that is far from reality. If our community allows such an event, we are endorsing the erasing and mocking of women. We can no longer see this type of presentation as an art form or a creative outlet, as some have described it. The desire to promote such an event is a well-conceived and marketed ploy to attack our families. Branson is known as a family-friendly and family-safe destination. It's not a school play. It's not a family-friendly event. This is a man dressing as a woman in an attempt to do something and be something he is not and never will be. In that moment, he mocks the family, and he mocks me, a real woman. He mocks your wife, your sisters, your children, your granddaughters. I believe this type of event goes against the community standards of our faith, family, and freedom. I appeal to the city aldermen to amend our ordinances to protect the family values we hold so dear and what attracts tourists to our area by not allowing such adult entertainment in our community. And it is adult entertainment because they're not allowing anyone under 21 to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Evan. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Jeremiah Johnson, 186 Barnes Lane, Branson, speaking on drag queen.
Good evening. Thanks for having me here today. So I did come from Portland, Oregon a couple years ago. So Portland used to be a gem. It used to be a gem. It used to be a shiny diamond in the rough. And it was beautiful. We would take our family for walks around the waterfront. We would love to hang out there and just be a family. It's gotten so bad that they have places for people to inject themselves with drugs safely. They have decriminalized heroin and hard drugs. What I'm getting at is that evil knocked at the door of Portland and said, I'm here. What are you going to do with me? And the godly people of Oregon said, you got this? You got this? You got this? I don't know. You know, and I'm ashamed of myself because I didn't stand up. But I'm not going to just sit down and take this one sitting down. And so I'm telling you, evil's here. It's here. It's right here. It's waiting. It's waiting for godly people to do nothing. It's waiting for holy people to not be righteously upset by this. I have nothing against people who dress up like women. Nothing against them at all. I love them. I think they're probably amazing people. I don't know anybody personally, but what I'm saying is that it's not the person that we should be fighting against. It's the spiritual principalities of evil that we should be fighting against. So let's not be too focused on this drag show. Let's not be too focused on any one issue. Let's be focused on what it really is. There's spiritual battle forming at the battle lines of Branson. It's here. It's knocking. It says, I'm here. What are we going to do about it? Are we going to sit on our hands and knees and say, are you going to handle this? Are you going to handle this? I think the only thing we can really do is pray with our hands lifted high and our hearts broken. I think Branson's a target of the evil one. And I'm so proud to be here praying before the meeting tonight. I think that was powerful, and I think it shows a heart of honoring God here. And I'm honored to be here. And I know the Bible says we have not because we ask not. And I sense a lack of courage. I sense a lack of purpose. I sense a lack of righteous indignation for evil. So if you would let me just say a quick prayer. Lord Jesus, thank you that you are here. I pray for spiritual power, spiritual courage, spiritual strength. You raised Jesus from the dead. You can do mighty miracles. We pray for a mighty miracle. Lord, we need one. Pray for your will to be done. We pray that you would protect this place. Pray that you would give all the aldermen, the mayor, and all the city leaders supernatural wisdom, supernatural insight, supernatural courage to stand against what this really is. It's not a drag show. It's evil. It's right in front of us. We pray for wisdom to deal with that. In your holy and powerful and mighty name, amen.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Ted Tucker, 111 Millstone, speaking on drag queen.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to come before you and speak. And thank all of you who have already spoken. God bless you. I come from a little bit different perspective. I was born in Oklahoma, grew up in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I have 3 older brothers. My parents were wonderful Christian parents. And we had a lot of fun together. My wife and I now have 7 children, 26 grandchildren. And when we decided to retire, our grandkids and our kids said, move to Branson, move to Branson, move to Branson, move to Branson. What we did, moved to Branson 3 years ago. We love it here. We moved here because of the Christian values and principles that are brought forth from this town. Having come here for 32 years, my parents, my grandparents, all of my brothers, in which my brothers all have big families too, we are blessed to live in Branson. We're blessed to have an opportunity to go to church with a whole bunch. We go to Faith Life Church with a whole bunch of Christian people and be involved with Christian people, which many are here tonight. But when my granddaughter Gracie, we're talking about this on the phone to my son, and she says, Grandpa Ted, what is a drag queen? And how am I supposed to answer that? Larry, how am I supposed to answer that? Can you answer that? Clay? Ruth? Cody? I have a hard time answering, because how do I explain to one of my grandchildren, especially because we got a bunch of daughters, one of my daughters, how do I answer that? Jay Scribner was referring to the city if they have an ordinance against drag queens, against any of this evil. I'm not for sure whether there is, but I would like for all of you to find out if there is an ordinance already on the books. But if there's not, I'm asking you to bring an ordinance before the city, because I don't want to do this again. I don't want to come here again and speak to you. I want to speak to you something about building up Branson and about doing what's right. My wife and I both have great-great-great-great-great-grandfathers who fought in the Revolutionary War. And we are both volunteers at Freedom Encounter. And one of the reasons that we are is because my wife bought me the Founder's Bible several years ago. And I started reading the Founder's Bible, and I thought, my word. The country that we have is built on Christian principles. We wouldn't have this nation I mean, when we read the Constitution, and there's so many people in this town that are giving out copies of the Constitution. When we read the Constitution, over 300 different scriptures are referred to in the Constitution. I mean, this is a Bible-believing, God-fearing country. This is a Bible-believing, God-fearing city in which my wife and I came here because our grandchildren and our children wanted us. For 30 years, we brought our family to this town. We've been to every show time after time after time because we love it. We love what Clay, what you bring forth. I mean, you bring forth entertainment, and we're excited. We speak to someone every day.
30 seconds.
From Oklahoma about Branson, about why we love it here, and why we want to encourage more people to move here. And I just ask and pray that you consider everything that's been said tonight from all of these people, and we put something before the city to prevent this from happening again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ted. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Jerry Elsner, 135 Rue des Cercles, Branson, speaking on adult entertainment.
For those listening online, that was Jerry, and he wanted to share his message. It was going to be short and sweet, didn't go to the microphone, but basically what he said was, go get them. Thank you, Jerry. Madam Clerk?
Your Honor, our final speaker is Alex McCauley, 200 Box Elder Lane, speaking on self-reliance and responsibility versus sustainability.
Oh, Alec?
Actually, the reason that I decided, Alexander McCauley. Alexander McCauley. And the reason that I did this was because this month's value is sustainability. I used to tout sustainability all the time until I figured out what it actually was. And it's got 3 pillars. Social justice, ecological compliance, and central governance. These aren't sustainable platforms at all. So basically what I started clarifying is my whole stance is self-reliance and responsibility. That's what truly evokes sustainability in every nation. Now, a lot of us are gathered here today to protest a drag queen show, and this is part of that sustainability movement, that social justice. Now, the thing is, Alexander Pope once said, vice is a monster, so fateful a mean, with so fateful a mean, as to be hated needs but to be seen, yet seen too often, familiar with her face. We first endure, then we pity, then we embrace. The exercise we've been through, the whole COVID-19 hostage crisis, was to do experiment, a psychological experiment on the United States to see if they could break us out of the Missouri motto, show me. Now we just need to regain that show me in our lives. These people are showing us their fiber. We can't let our town fall to corruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Alec. Madam Clerk?
There are no more speakers.
Thank you. Next is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sure.
Okay, I have two
Thank you,
things. Thank you. I have two things. The amendment, which I'll ask for later, but I received an email from a woman that could not be here tonight, and she asked me to read this into the record, if that's okay?
Sure.
Okay, she said, "Dear Alderman Denham, would you please read the following statement at tonight's meeting on my behalf? Thank you. It has come to my attention that there is a drag queen show scheduled on May 26th at Mr. Glenshow's on Gretna Road. I would like to express my strong opposition to this event. Drag queens are adult sexual performers. Ordinances in some cities restrict live adult sexual performance, and for good reason. Certain conduct occurring on premises offering this type of live entertainment is detrimental to the general welfare of citizens and therefore must be restricted. Studies in other cities have shown that it has historically and regularly brought with it criminal activity such as prostitution and disruptive conduct, which threatens the public peace, health, and safety. Live adult sexual entertainment in Branson would be detrimental to our economy as well. Visitors from all over the world come to Branson to patronize our many family-friendly shows, and because our beloved city promotes strong family values. Branson is unique and special. We must keep it that way by keeping out drag shows. Additionally, if we allow drag shows in Branson, it won't be long before groups want to present drag queen story hours for kids at our local library. I work in public policy for a family policy council, and one of the areas I research and write about is opposing the sexualization of children in education and in our public institutions. My professional experience has taught me that those who bring drag culture into a community never restrict it to bars and adult-only venues. The strategy is to first bring it to adult-only spaces so that after a time, its presence in the community is normalized. And then, eventually, the boundary lines are pushed further and drag culture is introduced to children. It is imperative that city officials propose an ordinance to restrict live adult sexual entertainment in the form of drag queen shows in Branson. The health and well-being of our community and the strength of our economy must be protected. I'm willing to assist city officials in any way with addressing this concerning issue. Thank you for your service to our community. Mary Ellen Siegler, and she is in Country Bluff Estates.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to all you that came out tonight. The love and the patriotism and the passion that I felt and heard in this room tonight is inspiring. I mean, and it only confirms what the community is and the proclamation that, you know, faith, family, flag, and the reason that we're all here. I moved here in 1986, 16 years old, with a band. Thought I was going to play a summer job. Ended up being 37 years of family and a theater and a business and my home. So I appreciate y'all coming out, because it's not easy to get up and do that. If you're not used to getting in front of a microphone, you know, it can be nerve-wracking. But you felt passionate enough to come up and talk and say something. And I just want to say, I've sat where you sat through the mask mandate for many meetings and felt like I wasn't heard. And it's the reason I'm sitting here now. And I just want to say that I hear you, and we're listening to you. So thank you for coming.
Mr. Mayor, I was under the impression that we might hear from our city attorney tonight. Is that going to take place?
Actually, I think what I want to share is I very much appreciate you coming out. This is the purpose and the reason why we have public comment, right? You elect us to represent you. We provide an opportunity to hear your voice. Your voice was very loud and clear. It does fall with the pillars of this board, and that is faith, family, flag, and fun. Marshall, I believe that we will get consultation from our attorney. but I don't know that this is the right environment for that. We've heard them, we know how we feel, and we're going to pursue this to the full extent that it can be pursued and maybe a little more. Anybody?
Oh, I forgot to add, I'm from California too. But it's been 29 years.
No other comments? Kathy, you good?
You know, I am good, and I just wanted to echo what everybody said up here, but I also just want to share my, the depth of my appreciation and gratitude for my neighbors of Branson. And I'm from Wisconsin, so it's more of a like a purpley state, but it was way too blue for me. So that's why my husband and I chose Branson to be our forever home. And man, when I sit and I listen to all of you, it reminds me again of the love and the appreciation and the special blessing that's on this community. And you all have emanated that for us tonight. Really, you have lit up the room with 1,000 more watts of life and light. And I just want you to know that we in administration have certainly heard you, and we pledge to work with this board and the mayor in implementing the public will. That's our job. So thank you for showing up, because life is run by those who show up.
Yeah. Thank you again. Any other comments?
Mr. Mayor, I just got a message asking another comment to be read in. The message says, please let it be known that Representative Seitz stands firmly against these shows being held in Branson and would have been here to give public comment tonight, but he is in session in Jeff City, so he wanted to pass that along as well.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the boring consent agenda.
You know how to clear a room, Mayor.
Well, let's see how this goes. Is there anybody in the audience have any item on the consent, as if you've read it, that you would like brought down to discuss? Why am I not surprised? Is there any member of the board who have an item on consent they'd like brought down? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, you're on deck.
Your Honor, the items on the consent agenda are as follows. Approval of the Board of Aldermen minutes for the April 25th, 2023 study session and April 25th, 2023 regular meeting. Acknowledge receipt of Human Resources Committee minutes for the March 15th, 2023 regular meeting. Final reading of Bill Number 6299, an ordinance approving the interagency agreement with the Combined Ozarks Multi-Jurisdictional Enforcement Team, COMET, pertaining to providing more effective law enforcement protection against the trafficking of narcotics and dangerous drugs, and authorizing the mayor to execute the agreement. Final reading of Bill Number 6300, an ordinance approving the contract with Lloyd's Electric Supply Incorporated for the purchase of downtown street light poles, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 6301, an ordinance amending the adopted 2022 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies for the mandatory redemption, waterfall, debt service payments, and transfers in various funds.
Excuse me, Madam Clerk. Where's everybody going? It's just getting good.
Is it me, do you think? Is that the way I was reading it?
Yeah, don't take it personal. I think it's a material. It's not you personally.
Final reading of Bill Number 6302, an ordinance amending the adopted 2023 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in the Park Fund for an increase in Parks Internal Services Fund for the purchase of a 3-ton truck and model chassis with dump body. And final reading of Bill Number 6303, an ordinance amending the adopted 2023 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in the general fund for an increase in building maintenance to remodel the planning, engineering, finance, and clerks departments within City Hall. Your Honor, that concludes the reading of the consent agenda. The floor is open for a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda.
We have,
Sorry, hang on just one second, I apologize. you go.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any comments from the audience? Comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries. Your Honor, the next item is an update.
Excuse me.
Yep.
Hillary, before we move on, can we take just a short break, please? Let's just take a 7-minute break. Thank you.
I know.
Excuse me, Clay. Hey, I didn't mean to interrupt, Clay. Call this meeting back to order.
Oh, that's how you do it.
Where'd all the people go? Okay, Madam Clerk, where were you?
Your Honor, the next item is an update on City of Branson financials. We have Ben Hart from Baker Tilly on the computer. In one moment.
Ben, can you hear us?
I can.
Hello, Ben.
Good evening. I won't take a whole lot of your time, but I thought it would be important to go through the first quarter financials, especially the key revenue items, just continue the good news, if you will. We didn't have a finance committee last month, but I thought we'd bring this first quarter to the full board. As you guys are aware, the sales tax and tourism tax are both two of the higher revenue levels that we've got within the general fund or within the general operations of the city. Sales tax, and this chart shows sales tax first quarter on the 1%. March collections are 11% under March 22, but fear not, the quarter sales tax is up by 6.6% above the first quarter of 22. Why is that important? That's important because it's 20% above 2019. So that is a huge increase, if you will, in the economy within the city of Branson, but also within our funds that we have to deal with in operations. So sales tax, we continue to see an increase on a year-to-date basis. We would expect those to come in steady, if you will. In the budget, we had a forecast of flat, if not just a small decrease, depending on what inflation and the recession has in store for folks as they spend money. The public safety sales tax and the tourism or the transportation tax are kind of following suit with a 5% increase in both pieces. When we look at the tourism tax, we actually budgeted for a decrease, if you will, in 2023. Don't believe that's going to take place if we continue the trend we have now. Through March, we're 3.6% above the same period in 2022, 5% above, 3.6% above 2022. The year-to-date that is the year-to-date, 3.6. What we've budgeted for 2023, like I said, a 5% decrease. Tourism is a lot more volatile in the economy than it is sales tax, just because it's discretionary dollars, if you will, for those that are traveling. So we were abundantly careful when it comes to budgeting those funds in the tourism fund itself. When we look at the four categories, the tourism, several categories, if you will, of the tourism tax by class: amusements, theaters, hotels, and campground. There's a couple more below. You can tell that February and March are the slow months. And just as a reminder, the tourism tax collections are 1 year and 1 month in arrears. So January collections are really December spending. And that means February collections are January. So January and February travel and tourism is some of the slower months for the city of Branson. April tends to shoot up. We expect that to continue to happen within 2023. So amusements, the categories, the tourism taxes are not unusual, if you will. And I expect to see better numbers in April when we come back next month to the Finance Committee. When we look at the water utility charges and the sewer utility charges, they're on pace with what we expected to happen within 2023. First quarter doesn't make a trend, but it is a positive note. Property tax. And property tax in March is above what it was last year. A lot of that is new growth, as you'll see here in a minute, when it comes to 2022 and 2023. The cumulative sales tax, this chart just shows what I mentioned before. What's important to note here is that orange line is still above all the other lines when it comes to the last 5 or 4 years, 2019 through 2022. So that orange light is still pretty high. We expect that to continue. Tourism tax is similar. That black line is almost right on the orange line, and it's a little unfair because those are in millions of dollars. If they had been spread out a little more, you'd see a gap between those two numbers. As far as the overall funds, they're not unexpected. Revenues are above expenses within the general fund. Water and sewer fund is a little different because the water and sewer revenues usually come in later than they are within the first quarter. So that those numbers should even out as we move forward. When it comes to budget to actual, how we measure the success within our budgeting strategies, we should have within the general fund around 25% spent through March. In the general fund, it's 23% spent. Water and sewer together are at 18%. So we're well within our budget when it comes to general fund and the utility funds. The chart that shows the vehicle counts, tourism against the tourism tax and against sales tax is interesting in the fact that the tourism tax spiked up in March, and this is actually March travel or March measurements for traffic along with March point of sales when it comes to tourism. So you can see from February to March went up, so are the traffic counts. On the sales tax, it's fairly flat, and you can kind of see sales tax taking that same bead, if you will. One of the newer items that we put in this is thanks to planning and Mark's staff, we're able to get the March 22 and March 23 numbers by category, construction value and permits for March. We compared 23 to 22. This being a leading indicator, obviously for growth, is especially interesting. This is the second month we've included it. You can go back and see February is included as well. Commercial growth in 22 was, well, 0. When it comes to new commercial growth, and it rebounded dramatically in March 2023. February had a large number too. I believe it was around $6 million. So you can see the construction value here in each one of those. Existing commercial improvements are in there as well. Residential is at $1.2 million when it comes to new growth in residential. These are some of the, out of all the cities we put together, these are some of the more interesting dynamic permits we see, large value permits. So we're going to continue to put these in thanks to Mark's staff and planning as they pull that information together for us. Cash balances aren't unusual as we come in ahead of the revenues. General fund is increased around to 11.8 million, where it was around 10 million last year, March 2022. You can kind of see some of the other items, the other cash funds that are in there. This is all but the public safety funds. That'll be down here in a minute. Proprietary capital projects are in there. Funds have gone up only because transfers have taken place for some of the capital projects. In the water and sewer, you can see some of that cash balances at 9.5 million. On the public safety side, this includes the purchase of, obviously the purchase of the public safety. The police building is in here. The police building, the police public safety funds is around $4 million. Fire sits at 3 million, but the fire really has 6.2 million accessible cash. The Fire Public Safety Fund is the operating fund. Over here in the Internal Service Fund is a sweep of money that the board has put together over 2 years, 1.5 million and change for 2 years, and we've moved it over to the Public Safety Internal Service Fund. Combine these two will cash fund the fire station 4. And that's important to note. It will be cash funded for Fire Station 4. The tourism fund itself, you remember back in the budget process, we had a fairly sizable number of projects, thanks to Kendall and his crew, starting to program a lot of that stuff. A lot of this cash that's built up, we should see programmed out and spent here in not too distant future. And Mayor, that's what I've got for the financial overview for the first quarter. I'd say that the first quarter is on par, if not a little ahead of what we thought it would be.
Ben, thank you very much for that. There you are. Anybody in the audience have any questions to what Ben just presented? Dick, since you're here, we're right on track. Cash to pay for the fire department, capital's good, reserves are good. And I'm assuming you're sticking around for the item on the fire department later? Anybody in the audience have any questions on this? Any members of the board? Hearing none. Ben, we really appreciate your update and look forward to next month.
You bet. Thanks, Mayor.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6305, an ordinance imposing a sales tax at a rate of 3% on all tangible personal property retail sales of adult use marijuana sold within the city of Branson, Missouri pursuant to Article 14, Section 2.65 of the Missouri Constitution, subject to the approval by the voters of the city at the general municipal election to be held on August 8th, 2023, designating the form of ballot and directing the city clerk to provide notice of said election. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6305.
We have a motion.
Let's get a verbal second.
Second.
Thank you.
Oh, it is? Oh. We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Mr. Joe Lauber.
Mr. Mayor, members of the board, good evening. Just a little background before we dive into this item. Many of you may know this, but again, to set the stage, November 8th, 2022, Missouri voters approved an amendment to the Missouri Constitution which legalized the recreational use of marijuana by adults in the state. The amendment dramatically changes how cities can restrict and regulate marijuana use. This new amendment made edits to the constitutional provisions for medical marijuana use in existence since 2018, and also adds provisions at Article 14, Section 2 of the Missouri Constitution for recreational marijuana use for adults. In response to the amendment, cities need to consider changes in 4 general areas. They need to consider whether to impose a local sales tax on the sale of recreational marijuana within their limits. They need to modify their existing offenses for possession and consumption of marijuana. They need to modify their existing zoning ordinances related to the sale of marijuana. And they need to modify their personnel codes to address recreational marijuana use by employees. So tonight, the board is being asked to consider 2 of these areas. First is the sales tax, and second it will be the ordinance violations. I will tell you, though, that work is currently underway to amend the city's zoning code, which must first be reviewed by the city's planning commission before it can come before this board. City staff will also be working to amend the city's personnel manual to address the issues that are raised by the constitutional amendment. So item number 9 this evening is Bill number 6305, as you have on the floor. That is a proposed ordinance to impose a 3% sales tax on the retail sales of non-medical marijuana sold in the political subdivision. This is in addition to a 6% sales tax that the state collects on the sale of recreational marijuana, which was approved as a component of the amendment when it was passed in November. The city is not required to impose a local tax, and it can impose a local tax of less than 3% if it decides. There is a current debate legally whether a county sales tax would also apply within the city limits. The constitutional provision that was approved in November says the governing body of any local government is authorized to impose the sales tax you have before you this evening. But the definition of local government in the amendment is this: in the case of an incorporated area, a village, town, or city, and in the case of an unincorporated area, a county. We think that that language means that if the city were to pass its own sales tax and the county were to pass a sales tax, only the cities would apply within the city limits of Branson. The Missouri Department of Revenue initially came out with a statement late, I think it was in either December or January, consistent with our understanding of the ordinance, or I'm sorry, of the interpretation of that constitutional provision, but then they retracted it a couple days later and simply said that it is unclear. As one of my colleagues said when we first read the amendment, this whole thing is going to end in litigation and tears. But we do believe that there is, and I would assume that the county might have a different feeling, about whether their tax would apply if they would pass a tax as well, but it's something I want you to know as you're considering this bill. Dozens of cities put a recreational marijuana sales tax on the ballot this past April, and in most cases it passed by a very wide margin. Revenues from these taxes may be treated as general funds for the city, which means they could be put to any authorized use by the city. But many cities have pledged to use the revenues for public safety, which is where most of the additional expenditures will be coming, with respect to the enforcement of these changes in our Constitution. The bill before you this evening would impose a 3% sales tax, so the maximum rate. But we did put some language in there that would say that you would have that revenue when it comes in to put it towards public safety. If approved, the language in the ordinance would direct the city clerk to submit this ballot measure to the county election authority for approval by the voters at an August 8th election. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions from members in the audience? You bet.
Hello, Ron, Mr. Mayor.
Ron?
Thank you for your service. Appreciate all of you. Just a quick question. I have tangible personal property, RV, Mercedes, cars, a boat, things like that. Is that what they're talking about here also? Or is it just tangible personal property used in this business? Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, the answer to the question is we had to borrow the language. You have to use the language in our ordinances that comes straight from the Constitution. The Constitution essentially says that, like a sales tax, any sales tax, it is a purchase at retail, okay? And what the Constitution limits that to is a purchase of tangible personal property. So this has nothing to do with whether you own a car or a boat or anything that you would normally put a property tax on. This is a retail sales tax. It just so happens that it is for personal property purchased at retail within the city.
Yeah, and thank you, Ron, for asking that question. I was a little bit confused when I saw the personal property tax in there. Your explanation was great, Joe. But yeah, it's just, we need to make it real clear to our community when we're asking our voters to, if our voters approve this, that it is strictly on the sale of the marijuana itself, the non-medical marijuana itself.
It would, however, Mayor, include things like the purchase of paraphernalia, things like
sure.
that. So if someone were to buy
But not a
smoking
motorhome.
device of some sort, that would also be included in with the purchases.
But not a motorhome.
Unless you're Walter White.
That's good. Dick, do you have something? Sure, come on up.
Just in keeping with tonight, God save the king. The question that I have is who's writing up, what's going to be written up on the ballot? The verbiage. Who's going to write that up? It's very important. Because you're looking at a 3% tax. It's going to be hard to pass. I can tell you our experience with the safety tax. Bill and I were very much involved in that. We went for a half-cent tax. We hated to do that, but we were convinced, because we made a big study, 1% tax wouldn't have passed. You got a 3% tax here. The thing that I would like to see, and I would encourage, is that when you put the verbiage on this, that you mention that that tax goes to public safety. because that'll make it a lot easier to pass. And you need that money because you don't have enough money for the police station and all those salaries. We're short. We're good for the police station because we have the tax. But I would encourage you, when you write up that it goes to the public safety. If you'll let me, I can answer your question. Okay, well, let me just finish. The reason I say public safety, not because where I am on that, but it's a lot easier to pass. We get the firemen out there encouraging people to vote for it. The police department will encourage them. We did that last time, and that's how it got passed. We passed it at 71.2%, and that was amazing. But a 3% tax, you better think hard on how that thing's written up. And I would urge all of you, and maybe he's got the answer already, I would certainly encourage that money go to the public safety. And I think our police chief back there and our fire chief would probably agree with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dick.
Mr. Mayor, members of the board, Section 3 of the ordinance before you this evening has the ballot language pre-printed in it. It's short. I will read it to you. Shall the city of Branson, Missouri impose a sales tax of 3% on all retail sales of adult use marijuana sold in the city of Branson, Missouri to go to the general fund and be used for public safety? Yes or no?
Can I make a recommendation, just like Dick Gass said? I was thinking the same thing before we brought it up. If we're going to pledge to give to public safety, why doesn't it just go in a public safety account?
It's still a general fund sales tax, so we only have the authority to do what either the General Assembly or in this case the Constitution gives us. The Constitution tells us it's a general fund sales tax. So we have to follow at least that parameter. But we are authorized as cities that once we have a general fund, we are allowed to essentially earmark those funds, and that is exactly what you're doing with that ballot language.
How do we put in the language to make sure it goes to public safety?
He just
So
answered
I
that.
can read it again. The ballot language that you will see when you go to the polls in August, it will say this: shall the city of Branson, Missouri impose a sales tax of 3% on all retail sales of adult use marijuana sold in the city of Branson, Missouri to go to the general fund and be used for public safety?
And Joe, you'll be able to help me with some of this. Dick, I know what you're saying. Public safety tax, we went for 0.5% because we didn't think we'd get the one, and now we're talking about 3%. In this last election in April, Joe may have some figures, but many that put this on the ballot at the 3%, it passed overwhelmingly because it's 3% on the sale of marijuana.
Yes, that's an excellent point, Mayor, in the fact that when you pass a general fund sales tax, it may be a tax that applies citywide on all items that you would purchase at retail. This is only placing a sales tax on the purchase of medical marijuana and its paraphernalia. So if you're a person who doesn't buy that type of thing, you won't be paying a sales tax because you don't buy that type of thing.
Right.
To Dick's point, though, I think I understand. I mean, the common person's just going to see 3% sales tax, and if the messaging isn't done correctly, because we kind of faced that when we renewed the tourism tax. You know, I remember I got online and spoke about, hey, bring back and they're like, Clayton, why are you trying to raise taxes? Why is it, you know, I'm not, or put a tax in. I think it is very important, and the ballot, I think, is correct, but the messaging to make sure people don't just see 3% go, oh, They gotta know exactly what it's for and what it's going to. So, I mean, that's a good point, Dick.
And if it helps the board, a benefit of not being one of the first to have your toe in the water in April is the fact that you can learn from other cities who did get this passed in the past. We have to be very careful. There are rules about cities when you have a ballot measure on. You're allowed to say, please vote, but you can't say, please vote yes. As a city, individually, aldermen all day long can do that. So we worked with probably at least a dozen cities in April to get a marijuana sales tax on the books for them. We have many examples of materials that you could use, your communications director could utilize in helping to get information out, making sure that the voters have all of the information that they need to make a good and educated choice.
Joe, I got a couple questions if I can. I don't know if this is appropriate time or not, but if, let's say this goes on the ballot and it does pass, is there a time period? Does it sunset after a certain amount of time?
There's no sunset on the tax. There is a time period on the front end, though, before it can apply. It's a lovely statute that says that whenever any governing body passes a tax, it will begin to be collected on the first day of the second calendar quarter after the quarter in which it has been notified to the Department of Revenue.
Hopefully you know that date.
So in this circumstance, an August passage would be a third quarter passage. That would mean that if you went ahead and notified Department of Revenue of the tax still in the third quarter, so prior to September 30th, then you would be in a position where the tax would begin to be collected in January 1st of 2024.
Okay. And just, I certainly appreciate what Dick's saying, and I understand why it was put on here this way, but sort of thinking out loud, which is maybe not the best thing to do, but I was just thinking to earmark it like that, with there being no, because we can't come back and change it, right? In other words, if this passes in this form, it's that way in perpetuity is what it sounds like.
You would be required into perpetuity for that tax, even though it's a general fund sales tax, you would need to apply the revenues from it to public safety. Back 20 years ago when I first became a lawyer, that wasn't necessarily the case. You used to be able to pass a tax, and if it said it was a general fund sales tax, and you earmarked it, it was considered a moral obligation, but not a legal one. In the time since I started practicing, there are actually now cases out there where the courts have said that if you earmark funds, you must use them in that way. So essentially for you to go back, you being a future board, really, for you to go back and do that, that would require you to, because in order to expand the scope of a tax in any way, the Hancock Amendment to the Missouri Constitution would require you to put that back to voter approval to expand it out from public safety use to that.
And I guess that's kind of what I'm thinking, because we have the fire station that's going to be on the agenda tonight. We've got the police station, but those are a period of time where we need the money for those specific projects. But to me, it's easier to go the other way, right? So if it comes into the general fund, just in general, then going forward, that money can be used for public safety when it's needed. It could be used for other things as they come up, versus if we pass it, if it's passed in this way, it's forever locked into this. So that was just something I was thinking about. Is this something we want to lock in? I understand, and I'm not trying to take away from public safety by any means, but if it comes into the general fund, nothing prohibits us from using that money for that purpose also, correct? In other words, if we just say to the general fund, that money could be used for public safety, nothing would prohibit us from doing that. But if we pass it in this way, it always has to be used for that specific purpose. So that was just what I was thinking as I was looking at this. Do we want to sort of forever, long-term, lock it into this one? I think of like the tree fund. We've run into this on things since I've been on the board where there's money in these earmarked funds, and you really can't use it. You're very limited in what you can use it for. And so I think the language here is clear. I was just, as I was thinking about it, I thought, do we want to be that restrictive with it over a longer period of time? That's just my thinking out loud. So.
That's a good point. Yeah, Cody, to that point, I sit on Parks Board every month and I look at our financials, and vice taxes in the past have gone towards parks in a lot of ways. In fact, we have the cigarette tax that's supposed to go towards parks. And now that they've upped the cigarette age to 21, and quite frankly, just less people are smoking nowadays cigarettes, you see that dwindling, So I don't know, I kind of see some of your points too, but I think there's a need at this point for public safety as well.
Well, but 20 years from now, when we're all fat in that area and we need some money somewhere, you're saying tough, you're out of luck.
Or you'd have to put it back to the voters to expand it.
Right.
And we have the, albeit small, public safety tax, but we do have the public safety tax where there is a dedicated, some stream of income for that fund. And so, like I said, I just thought it was worth kicking around, considering.
We're definitely not saying we don't want to use that money for that. You're just saying way down the road.
Correct.
That something might come up, yeah.
Sorry, Chief, I'm not trying to step on your toes, I hope you know.
Mayor, would it be okay if we brought the chief up? Because we did have a conversation
No.
internally. I think it'd be helpful. And if I can just speak from the administration side before the chief gives the side about how we came to this conclusion. You know, it's not like we're not going to have continual ongoing needs for training in the future and updated equipment and all other kinds of things. But I think Eric's going to be able to capture more of the more poignant, salient points that we discussed.
What I wanted to bring up to you is, don't forget I came from Colorado and lived through all things marijuana. The community has no idea what we're in for expense-wise related to marijuana in the community being legalized. 3% is not going to cover the costs that we as a police department will have to put in, what the fire department will have to put in to dealing with some of the effects that we're going to be dealing with.
Chief, can you elaborate on that a little bit?
So, yeah, so what we saw during my time in Colorado was an immense increase in driving under the influence of marijuana, and to the point that it surprised even me. I specialized in driving under the influence arrests out there. I was awarded a state award for that. And once the marijuana industry really took off and they started improving or increasing the THC levels, now the effects that it was having on the drivers just made it equal to the same effects we see in the alcohol. And so you're now putting another substance out there easily obtainable that people will be driving under the influence of. There are many medical responses that we go to. There are diseases that now come with this that people are not aware of. One of them is cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. Things that people that don't do the research on this issue, which unfortunately did not happen for this amendment, costs that nobody sees. And if you want to see some of those costs, because I don't want to go into a long elaboration here, you can go to the Rocky Mountain HIDA website, and they have a yearly tracking report where it has tracked the costs to the state and to public safety throughout all of this since legalization of marijuana. I wish I was making this up. I'm not. Unfortunately, we don't have an idea what we're in for. We have to abide by the constitutional amendment, but it is going to increase call load not only for us, but fire, rescue, EMS, and so forth.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Mayor, if I could add to the Chief's comments, some practical some practical examples that we're aware of. First of all, technology does not exist today like it does for testing blood alcohol content. We don't have a way to test THC in the system, and we don't have a good method for knowing whether someone's intoxicated. What that will mean is that we're going to have to bring on or train more of our police personnel to become drug recognition experts. And they'll have to, there's specific training. You're used to the, I don't know the exact name, but the eye test that's essentially used when you have a drunk driver. People have seen that before. There's a different eye test that is utilized for folks that are under the influence of marijuana. And so that's going to be an additional cost to the city. At some point, I would assume that, necessity is the mother of invention. We're going to see some sort of device that will be much like a breathalyzer for THC. I'm certain that those will cost money. And those are just examples of ways that as, time goes on and enforcement techniques grow, now, I think nearly, or if not more than half the country has legalized marijuana at this point. Those are all things that are coming, but they're issues that we have to deal with right now as of today. I mean, it's been in dispensaries now since February, I think, or March, so.
You with that? Bill, do you have something you add?
Cody hit on something, And,
Excuse me, sir, can I ask you to speak into the mic, please?
I will. You hit on an issue about the potential use in the future. And I think that's laudable, because I think we're not looking at all of it. I really like to see, you know, all of this is subject to an annual appropriation by the board. You all got to vote on it. And how much is going to be dedicated. I think that the chief hit on something that's going to cost us a lot more than what we're thinking it's going to be. What I'd like to know is what are the sales so far during the first quarter, so we can project out where we are, what we're projecting for the year. Because I think, didn't the state of Missouri say there was about 400 million in the first quarter, chief, somewhere like that, 380 million in revenue? That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And I'd really like to see this subject to annual appropriation. That's what's required by law anyway. You have to generate a budget. You have to vote on it. But I'd like to know how much it is. And as far as that test goes, it's pretty simple. You take a knot chip and run it up in front of their face. If they, okay. That was an attempt at humor, Mayor. I'd like to see the money go into public safety, but understanding you opened my eyes to something else a little bit different. There's something else in the future that may wind up being need to be used for in general revenue. Because as it goes right now, the raise, 1.2 million. If we take the 30 officers and we hire them at $100,000 a year, that's 3 million. The 12 firemen, roughly the same. It's another 1.2 million. 2 million, that's not in the budget right now, guys. We're going to have to pay for it somehow.
So what are you saying? Are you supporting putting this on the ballot for August, Bill?
I support putting it on there, but I think there needs to be a caveat in there that it can be, he's the word merchant. I used to be. I'm not the word merchant anymore. But a significant emphasis on public safety, but gives the ability of the board to pull some money out and use it, because the state's going to pull off a 1% admin fee, if I'm right on that. They do on everything else. And then the city can pull off a 1% admin fee. That's not very much, but I think he would work with you all. I would support something in there that would allow some of this money to come off to stay in general fund if it need be. Use a percentage. But there's going to be a time in the future, you're right, where we're going to need to use it for something.
You know, another side of that is, I don't know, I would venture to guess the voters would be more supportive to approve this tax if they knew it went to public safety.
For sure. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, so.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. I wasn't trying to
No,
derail the
yeah.
conversation here.
You're saying if you
I
don't.
I think the message, well, we already know some history, or we're going to be provided some history of what other municipalities used
Yeah.
to help convey the correct message to the community. Because it's passed overwhelmingly, right, in other places. Right. So I think what's important is to educate the public of what the tax is for and reassure them that it'll be used for public safety, and I think we'll get a lot more yeses.
Well,
Versus just putting it into our coffers and we can spend it willy-nilly on
I mean, I see
all the things we
Cody's,
spend willy-nilly on.
I see Cody's point, but you're saying you don't want to run the risk of not putting it on there and it not getting passed because it's not on there. Yeah, totally.
Joe, do you have a percentage of cities that it has passed in versus it hasn't, or a general idea?
I don't have, hard and fast statistics on it. I just more anecdotal because I was watching it. I did try to look up a couple articles to see if there was anything out there, like maybe MML had put something out there that said what the numbers were. Like what they reported was, if there were 40 that put it on, like maybe 4 didn't pass it, and there was like a series of like 4 communities in St. Louis County that didn't. All of the communities in Jackson County, for example, they all passed, and they probably passed with like a 65% approval rating. Not quite as high as what the original amendment itself passed at, but still, more than a supermajority actually of those voting approved them.
Personally, Mr. Mayor, I think that no matter the language you put it on the ballot with, it's going to pass. That's my personal opinion in this area, especially with the way that we can get out there and talk as individuals about what this is being used for. Now, if we have to in 20 years put it back on the ballot and say, now we need, I don't know if it'll pass then, because you have this whole new generation of people that say, I don't want to be taxed on my, that kind of thing, right? So this is our moment.
You get it now, you may not get it again.
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if this passes and it goes to public safety, they could potentially be using less of the general funds. So general funds will grow and be able to use elsewhere.
Well, the general fund is committed on a dollar amount, and we've added a percentage for inflation. So the city's obligation to the public fund is a fixed amount, and it'll continue to increase, adding in what the revenues are generated from the 0.5% public safety tax. And with this tax, the real question is going to be, at least at this stage, some of us feel like there's not going to be there's going to be a time down the road where public safety won't have enough funding. So sitting here today, the information we do have is we know what's going in there now. This will be adding just a little bit to it. And in 10, 20 years from now, who knows?
I'm 100% for public safety.
Yeah, and that's what this would be strictly used for. Ralph, any comment? No? Kathy?
Could you remind us, Joe, what the deadlines are in order to be able to get it onto the ballot in August?
Right, so you are kind of up against a deadline for August. In order to have it on the August ballot, it has to be notified to Taney County, to the election authority, by May 30th. So if you do your first read tonight, you're going to have to do your second read at the next meeting so that we can make that notice, right away. So, if there are questions or if there's anything you want to amend on it, probably tonight's the night. We could do an amendment between first and second reading if that's something that you want. Again, we kind of, what we presented for you for your consideration this evening is based on our knowledge of what many cities did. But I did want to at least inform you that you did have options. If you can not pass it at all, you can do 1%, 2%, anything under 3%, and you do have the ability to just say it's wide open to the general funds.
Yeah, and just a little bit of history. Couple of weeks ago, I was contacted by Taney County Commissioners, and they were asking if we were going to put this on the ballot. When we first brought this subject up about putting it on the August ballot, my understanding is how this election world works is if we were the only item on the August ballot, the city of Branson would have to pay for that entire cost for that election. Taney County contacted me and said that they intend to put this on the ballot and wanted to know where our mindset was. And they said that Hollister is putting it on their ballot in August to be passed also. So in this election coming up, number one, we're going to be, at a minimum, we'll be sharing the cost of the election with 3 different municipalities. And knowing that us and 2 others are going to have it on their ballot also. So I don't know, based on the information, the discussions we've had, Cody, do you think we should amend what's in front of? I think we should go with what's in front of us. You agree?
Yeah, I just, like I said, just want to have discussion.
I think the need is public safety, and that's the here and now, and I would say leave it, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I would say leave public safety 100%.
I got a question for you, Joe. Earlier you said medical marijuana sales. Was that just a slip?
That was a slip.
So the constitutional amendment, a lot of people don't know this, is about half of that constitutional amendment went in and made changes to medical as well. And we're going to see maybe a little bit of that in the next ordinance that you have. The tax we're talking about is only for recreational use. The medical is either non-taxed or it's got like a 4% tax. It's a different tax system altogether. This would be only for recreational use.
So it's just a slip up, please.
Yep.
Okay.
And it's non-medical and paraphernalia. Is that correct?
Yes.
This 3% tax would be on, yeah. Okay,
Why is there even a need for, if anybody can get it, why do you need what's the difference and why do you need a prescription? It makes no sense. What are you going to say? This is for medical,
but there
no
are some,
tax.
Just from what I am hearing from folks is, number one, there is a lower tax or maybe no tax. I think it's a lower tax on the medical. I've heard from individuals, like up in the Kansas City area, that there's like special treatment for the folks that have medical. They have a special room that they go back. They don't have to wait in a long line, you know, because there are still lines around the buildings on some of these dispensaries.
So it's a loophole to get it cheaper, really?
yeah.
I mean, right?
Mayor, I think also, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, but they can buy different quantities when you're
I'm
buying it
sorry,
under
yes,
the
correct.
medical provision.
Yeah,
too,
they
so
can
you're-
buy, they can possess, they can grow greater quantities than just the recreational. So that's another piece of this.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yep, so you're gonna have to renew your medical license.
Hey, I do just
That
want to throw this
glaucoma is
out.
tough.
Mr. Mayor, I do just want to throw this out there. This might not be the only tax on the August 8th ballot. I don't know how I think there's going to be possibly a library board tax on there, so I don't know what that affects our thinking. I mean, if we're already not, I wouldn't say we're late, but there were municipalities that acted in April, right? So
Many,
I wouldn't
dozens.
really want to. Marcia, do you want to speak to that? All right.
Marcia Skimper-Carlock. I live at 113 Wingfoot Drive in Branson, but I also get to be the library director at Taney Hills Library. And I'm going to use this as an opportunity to tell you, we have not had a drag queen story time at Taney Hills Library. And I've also sent out messages to the other Missouri. I can't miss up an opportunity. And also, I've sent an email to other Missouri public libraries to say, hey, have you ever done a drag queen story time? And they said no. So that is misinformation that was given tonight, and I want to clarify that. Thank you so much. Yes, we have been in conversations, the Taney County Library Board, which is headed by Debbie Redford, and we've been in conversations with the commissioners for the last couple of weeks, almost a month. So when you say that they came to you about this tax, that was a surprise. We are looking for a library levy. Taney Hills Library has been without tax support since 1933, which is very unusual. We're the only first-class county without a public library system. That's embarrassing, particularly when we go to visit other parts of the state. So I'm not certain having a marijuana tax on the same ballot as what we hope to be on is advantageous for us. I'm concerned about that. And I don't know what the implication will be. I don't know what you anticipate as far as voter turnout. We do know that the marijuana, when I saw the numbers statewide, we came through pretty strong with saying, no, we do not want marijuana sales, but obviously the state overruled that. But I do want to make you aware of that.
So let me say a few things. One is, this area did have a larger, it failed in Taney County, and I think Christian and Green maybe, more than it did in other parts of the state. I might have misspoke, and for the record, when the Taney County Commissioners contacted me, I'm now questioning if they were mentioning your tax, the library tax, and maybe I was thinking it was the marijuana tax. So if I misspoke, I apologize. I don't know why I just assumed it was, they asked us if we're putting the marijuana tax on because they're putting the tax on. But it very well could have been just the library tax. But you bring up a good point. And I don't know that world, but if you have too many taxes, right, the average person's going to say, well, I don't want all these taxes.
And it's also a matter, we understand, is who's ever first on the ballot, it's a good thing. And we were hoping to be first.
Mayor?
So you're implying that if both of these taxes are on there, they may go, well, yes on that, but we don't need two taxes, no on yours. Yeah.
Mayor? If I may, Joe, if we don't put it on the August ballot, is it correct that we have to wait until November of '24 before we can have it on? the ballot again, or can we have
No,
it on this
that's
following
not correct.
spring?
So if you don't put it on the August ballot, then your next available would be the November of '23 election. You'd have a little bit more time from that standpoint. Don't quote me on this, but it's roughly August that you would have to finish your ordinance and have it on. What you're thinking of, Ms. Stepp, is there is down the road an opportunity to opt out of allowing recreational marijuana in your community. But by the constitutional provisions, you cannot do that until the next presidential election, the November 2024 election. And it's worth mentioning because, with what you said, Mayor, about Taney County actually not being in favor of marijuana is, that is an option, and I've heard that explored, especially in Southwest Missouri from other clients that are out there. With respect to, maybe their interest in doing the opt-out election in November of 2024. If you put a tax in place and then you later decide to opt out of the sale of recreational marijuana, then you will lose the tax. It will go away.
Well, sure,
So
because
so
you're
it makes
opting out
sense.
saying we don't want to sell it at all.
But you will, the tax does actually go away, not just the fact that people aren't selling. So.
Yeah. So to clarify that, November, in the presidential election, it may be our option in Taney County, in city of Branson, to opt out of allowing the sale of marijuana in our city.
Well, and this seems all moot to me. That's going to pass,
Well, but I'm going to tell you, the math I've done suggests that the dollar amount we're looking at is about $40,000 a month in sales tax revenue.
So even 1 year of that or a year and a half.
Yeah,
It's a lot of money.
it's a lot of money.
The voter approval for the opt-out is required by the Constitution to be a 60% voter approval as
that's
well.
right.
It's not just a straight 50-50.
That'll
Man,
be
this guy's,
interesting.
he's smart, ain't he? That's a lot of knowledge right there.
Is there any talk of use tax being on August as well? Someone said there's like county level or,
I have not heard that.
okay, I'm just hearing all these taxes being thrown on the August ballot.
Well, let's do this. Let's move forward. This will be the first read. We're going to have 2 weeks to gather this information, and we'll hopefully get all these questions answered before we're asked for a final read. You good with that, board?
Yes.
So we have a motion, a second. We've had the report. Let's vote.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries.
And Marcia, I don't know who It's okay. Madam Clerk? I don't know who makes the decisions on what goes on what order in the ballots, but we'll get some of that information also. You bet. Madam Clerk, is there anything else for this evening's agenda?
A few things. Yeah, there are a few things. So, Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6306, an ordinance amending Section 1-13, various sections in Chapter 58 and Section 86-118 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to offenses and nuisances regarding controlled substances and paraphernalia. The floor is open for motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6306.
We have a motion
Second.
and a verbal second, and we'll get a staff report from Joe.
Mayor, members of the board, Bill number 6306 is a proposed ordinance to amend the city's code provisions related to offenses and nuisances to address the adult use marijuana amendment. In your packets, you have a 9-page ordinance showing the deleted and added language for various city code sections affected by the constitutional amendment. Changes, and I'll just kind of bullet point a few of these for you. So there are changes to any references to misdemeanor to ordinance violations as is directed by the Constitution. It is, the ordinance will rewrite sections related to the cultivation of recreational marijuana and also to medical marijuana that were changed in the November amendment. It adds provisions regarding the consumption of marijuana in private places for persons 21 and older. It makes possession and transportation permissible up to certain amounts. It redefines what constitutes illegal growing of marijuana. It addresses the sale of marijuana to a person under the age of 21. It makes marijuana odors a public nuisance in certain circumstances. It prohibits consumption within a motor vehicle, train, aircraft, motorboat, or other vehicle while driving. And it prohibits smoking within the motor, and that is, so I said while driving. So drivers may not consume, just like you can't drink and drive, you can't, partake of marijuana and drive. It does prohibit smoking within the vehicle, train, aircraft, motorboat, or other vehicle, regardless of who is driving. If you've ever seen the old Cheech and Chong movies, that's what we're talking about, okay? So with these changes, you might ask what remains illegal. So here are some examples. So it is still illegal for delivery or distribution of marijuana or paraphernalia to persons under the age of 21. Persons under the age of 21 may not purchase or possess. They may not consume marijuana. Operation of motor vehicles or dangerous equipment when under the influence. For the operation of motor vehicles or dangerous equipment under the influence, that is illegal. But we have to understand that the mere presence of THC in the blood is not enough to convict for a DUI. This gets to the point we were talking about earlier, the fact that it is because marijuana can stay in your system for a long period of time, longer period of time than even alcohol, just the presence is not enough. You have to show signs of impairment. And so that's going to cause our police officers to be trained in drug recognition issues. It may require your human resources personnel to have someone who's a drug recognition expert for those who are, on city staff, and that's some of the stuff that we'll deal with in the personnel manual. And then, as technology advances, we may have ways to otherwise determine those levels, but just some things to keep in mind there. Consuming marijuana while operating a motor vehicle is still illegal. Smoking marijuana, whether or not driving, possession of marijuana or paraphernalia in a school is still prohibited. Smoking marijuana where smoking tobacco is prohibited is not allowed. So to the extent, I'm not sure if Branson has a no smoking ordinance, but that would include marijuana smoke, even though one is statutory or ordinance based and the other is constitutionally based. The Constitution does allow for that. Consumption in a public place other than where allowed is still prohibited. And as with the change in medical marijuana, the language is vague and could be read to imply simply that the Department of Health and Human Services could license smoking areas in a city. So that's one of the things we'll have to watch for, is whether the state can actually kind of force certain smoking areas on us. I don't know that they would do that, but it's an open option under the language of the Constitution. There is kind of a more vague conduct that endangers others that is prohibited. That goes again to that tiers in litigation, and we think we'll get some cases out there that will put some meat on the bones for that. Hopefully that's not the city of Branson that's going to be leading the tip of the spear of that, but those are some of the things that are still illegal. So again, I'll stand for any questions that you have, but these are just changes to all of your ordinance violations that are out there that previously dealt with the illegality of marijuana for all, and now it essentially put it in a different way. It's kind of treated like consumption of alcohol at this time.
So if I just heard you correctly, a business in Branson that is under the no smoking ordinance, if they have smoking areas on a private business, is it the business choice to allow marijuana?
Yes, it will be the business's choice.
So the business can still have an area for smoking cigarettes, but the business can choose no marijuana?
Correct. Okay. Yeah, private businesses, so like with anything else in the Constitution only applies against the government, right? That's a limitation on our powers that the people have put in place. When you're a private individual, you have much more flexibility, if you will, to do as you wish with respect to your property. So, you can keep people from smoking marijuana in your home. You can keep people from smoking marijuana in your business.
Fair enough.
It's your choice.
Thank you for that. And I know, I just heard all of what you said. What's most important is, Chief, you on board with this? Yep. Okay.
Yeah, quick question about that. It's maybe moot, but you said on a boat. Is there anywhere that we have jurisdiction on the water?
I will be honest with you. I'm new enough here that I don't know whether, Chief, do you guys?
This half of Taneycomo,
Do we patrol the waters?
or it must be Water Patrol?
So currently, all waterways are handled by the Missouri Highway Patrol, or Water Patrol, so.
Yeah, go ahead. Why don't you, hey, stay
Oh,
up
wait,
there.
actually for Joe, actually. Sorry, Chief. Joe, I guess it was maybe a year ago or so, we had kind of helped refine some of the language we had about smoking in hotel rooms. And I ran hotels for a long time. And my personal opinion on that is actually the more that you separate them out, in other words, you tell people don't smoke in a room, they go, well, I'm vaping or I'm doing,
Right.
it's actually beneficial, I think, to the businesses to sort of lump it all in together, that smoking is smoking, whatever you're consuming, whether it's, I guess that's kind of where I come from on something like that, but I guess it's hard constitutionally to tell a business what they can and can't do. But.
Right, and again, these amendments are, we are looking at these specifically to the recreational marijuana. We didn't, we didn't stray far afield from that, just to, because there's, sometimes when you get under the hood on an ordinance, there's a whole lot you could change, but you guys, honestly are kind of really behind the curve on this. Most cities were doing this kind of work back in December or January. So it's important that we at least get these on the books, and then we can go look at some of the other stuff to get more refinement.
Okay, and did I hear you say that the things that still remain illegal, did you say in the beginning of your presentation that they're now citations as opposed to misdemeanors?
Yeah, there's some funny language in the Constitution that doesn't make a lot of sense to us, but, they basically say that, we can't call them misdemeanors. And part of it is because misdemeanors are essentially criminal punishments, okay? City ordinances are not truly criminal violations, okay? They're in the nature of criminal. And so, like you may have read, I didn't talk about expungements this evening. Expungements happen in the criminal system, and they are required by the Constitution for essentially like your circuit courts. To the extent that they have convictions out there, they're going to be required to expunge certain, convictions that have occurred. That is not true at the municipal level. That's not a responsibility because, again, these are not criminal actions. They're quasi-criminal or in the nature of criminal, but they are not truly criminal infractions.
So Chief, how are you going to enforce these?
It'll be the same method. We can still issue citations and so forth.
Chief, the smell is getting, you walk into Walmart and every other person, right? If that's public nuisance, what do we do?
So, remember I told you, we're stuck with what the constitutional amendment is. So we can enforce what we are allowed to enforce. It is going to be a change for us, unfortunately, but nothing does prohibit us from enforcing the consumption of it in public. So when people are consuming it in public, we can do that. And then obviously, you heard Joe talk earlier about we do have the option coming up in the 24 election. You probably know where I stand on that.
And that includes in your vehicle, even if you don't intend to drive? So if you just go out and sit in your car, that includes that as well?
So what we're looking at right now is basically in public. Now, I am going to warn you, in Colorado, we kind of thought we'd have the same abilities, but as things work through the appellate courts and stuff, you get sometimes different rulings and everything. So some of this is going to be uncharted for us until some of this case law works its way all the way through the system.
Yeah.
Back to the first question, murder is still illegal in Branson, but we don't actually have ordinances for that. Those are charges that when that is committed, that is actually run up to the county. And so, when there are true criminal charges, that those types of arrests are actually handed over to the county to prosecute, as opposed to having our prosecutor do that. municipally, just because we don't have the authority to do that in that, for example, for that crime.
Thank you for that reminder, yep.
So like, you go into a convenience store. I go into a convenience store once a week, and there's an employee there that, I mean, when I open the door, it just knocks my head off.
You have a conflict.
Long as that owner is okay with that employee, that's what it is, or?
That's the employer's prerogative as to what they do. You know, for the city, you know, we are a state actor, we're the government, so when it comes to our employees, and nowhere in the Constitution, and in fact, the Constitution says the opposite. It says this does not in any way keep an employer from being able to terminate, discipline someone for using on the job, so being high on the job, okay? You know, we're no different. You know, there are going to be some things that we'll see with the personnel manual where, you know, some of the testing that we do, we may not be able to do for non-safety sensitive positions, but, you know, we will keep in place. If you've got a snowplow driver out there, you got someone driving a pretty large fire truck, you know, wielding a service weapon, you know, these are folks that are in public, or that are in safety sensitive positions that we need to make sure that they're not using. So, you know, those are some examples of that. But, you know, you are allowed to, you know, if someone was terminated for having used on the job, that's a reason to not hire. Those are provisions that are in the Constitution itself. You have reminded me of another point, and I think that Alderman Howe also said the same. So I kind of ambiguously said when it comes to public nuisance, it's in certain circumstances, and I didn't describe that, but since the question's kind of come up, the public nuisance isn't going to be that you walked behind somebody in the aisle in Walmart and could smell weed, you know, blowing off of them. What it basically says is that if you have a grow facility and the smell of the growing marijuana is permeating your neighborhood, that can be declared a public nuisance. If you have a business where you have a smoking area and you are allowing folks to smoke marijuana and that marijuana smoke is wafting through the neighborhood, that can be declared a public nuisance. But, you know.
What about somebody's home in their own home?
It's going to be, I don't know the answer to that question right now. And I think, you know, kind of like what Chief was saying is there's going to be things that we're going to learn about as these cases start to go forward, how far that can go. You know, can somebody sit on the back porch and drink a cold beer? Yeah. And honestly, I think they're going to be able to you know, smoke a joint as well if that's what they choose to do. So, you know, but to your point, you know, that drinking of a cold beer, unless they, you know, are, you know, being really loud with it or something like that, it's not going to really bother somebody.
And then final question, just to know what we're dealing with in the future with these ordinance changes. So if that does get removed from the city of Branson's ability to sell on the 24 ballot, does that change all this back?
No.
No, you're still allowed
No, because you won't be able to sell, but you still won't be able to tell people that they can't use. So if they bought it in a neighboring community or they bought it in Kansas City or wherever and they come here to visit you, they can bring it, they can smoke it, they'll be able to do that in that circumstance. So you'll still need all of this stuff on the books.
We would potentially become like a dry county, like I think like White County in Arkansas, where you had to drive to the county line to get you know, liquor.
And I'll offer for you, I did this for the previous board, but I haven't offered for you guys. I do have a presentation that I put together that answers probably a ton of what you guys are thinking and asking, and I'm more than happy to sit down with you and go over that with you so you kind of have an understanding.
That'd be great.
The good news is for us, this has happened in other communities, and we can kind of gauge our future experiences based on our experiences that I got to live through.
That you got to live through.
Appreciate your knowledge, Chief.
We good, board? Did we get questions from the audience? We kind of took over. Did you have any questions? Well, why don't you get up and let's hear it. But I need you to go to the mic, please. Thank you.
Are any of those monies for the taxes allocated for maybe going into schools? And I'm from California, so I'm not completely new here. I mean, I'm more new here. So I don't know what you guys do in the schools for drug
I'm going to have the chief answer that for you.
And actually, hang on, before you, could I get your name for the record? Just really
My name
quick?
is Sarah Berglund.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
So yes, when we were talking, I said, we don't know what we're in for. We really don't. And really, one of the best weapons that I will have is the education piece of it, is because we do know based on experience that a lot of this does get marketed to the youth. Nobody will admit it, but it gets marketed to the youth. So if I can get to the youth with these education incentives before they partake and start enjoying, that gives us half a chance of helping protect that. So absolutely, and we already have a couple good things in place with ADAPT and things along those lines where if we can use some of those resources for that, absolutely, we will do that.
That answer your question, Sarah?
And I'll add, Mayor, I grew up in Ohio, and in Ohio, the schools are actually run by the cities there. They don't have separate school districts, and so that's true in many other states as well. Here in Missouri, school districts are actually separate political subdivisions, so they'll have their own budgets and that. However, commonly, cities will enter into intergovernmental cooperative agreements where the city will provide services to the schools, like school resource officers that are embedded in the schools. We have DARE officers that teach drug resistance and so forth. So those are ways that, again, that public safety money that would be coming in from a marijuana sales tax could help in that circumstance.
Yep. We good? Anybody ready to vote? Let's vote.
The result of the vote is 6-0. Motion carries.
Joe, thank you very much. Chief, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor and Board.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6307, an ordinance amending Section 58-97A of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to discharge of archery devices allowed under certain conditions deer hunting. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6307.
We have a motion and a verbal second, and we'll get a staff report from Kathy Stepp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This that you have before you today is an amendment to our ordinance regarding hunting on lands within our city limits. We were approached by the Army Corps of Engineers and Missouri Department of Conservation. They wanted to be able to hold an annual facilitated special archery hunt for hunters that would fit into the following categories: mobility impaired, youth, or veteran hunters. They're asking to waive certain requirements for the hunting permit on these federal lands that are located within the city limits. We had talked a little bit about, making it kind of a blanket exception, but we thought it better after talking through legal that we take these particular requests on a case-by-case basis, working in consultation, obviously, with Army Corps and Department of Conservation in the event that they want to do something like this in the future. We support their efforts in this facilitated hunt, and we are asking for your support.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board? I was able to sit with them, with Kathy, and they're going to regulate it. They're going to control it. They're going to do all the monitoring. It seemed very safe. It seemed like it was a very a valid request that they made.
And it's a bow hunt, by the way, in case I didn't say, it's archery.
Yeah, it's archery, yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Marshall?
Yeah, I'm not crazy about any of the prohibitions on this, quite frankly. I mean, we have the right to bear arms. I don't see that much of a difference. So anyway, I'd be in favor of this, but I don't know, this seems like a big government piece, in my opinion.
When you say that.
Disallowing archery in the city of Branson in and of itself, I don't know if I'm crazy about that.
If I can maybe expand on that a little bit. From my past life, I've dealt with this issue quite a bit in Wisconsin, and almost all municipalities have limitations or prohibitions on the discharge of firearms, or the bows now are compound bows and travel greater distances and more power. And you always have concerns about proximity of homes, et cetera, to these types of events. I really appreciated the diligence with which we were approached on this particular issue, that they looked, it's wide, you know, a lot of federal land there, obviously, and they took into consideration any kind of those safety concerns, and they put those to bed. So I feel really good about this. But I think it's probably okay, you know, understandable that they'd want to run these types of exceptions past the elected officials before they embark on those. And that's just, again, to protect neighbors and for safety.
We have some in the audience who wants to contribute. I'm sorry.
Oh, I forgot you were coming.
Oh,
Thank you.
you're that mean guy who I met
Oh,
with.
my gosh.
My name's Rodney Rayleigh. I'm the Operations Project Manager with the Corps of Engineers, so I'd be happy to answer any questions. This hunt is geared below the dam, the actual earthen part of the dam, the highway, and above the conservation fish hatchery. If any of you drove by there or drive by there, there's a lot of deer in there. There's too many deer.
Yeah.
It's restricted on Corps property to hunt as well as on Conservation Department land that they lease from the Corps. So for years, you'll see, I've seen 20, 24 deer at a time. Just a lot of deer where right now you cannot hunt. So we've been trying to figure out how can we thin some of the deer out and let's give somebody an opportunity to hunt. So this will be the ground blinds. You know, one of the exceptions was height requirements in the city. Obviously, any youth or mobility impaired need to hunt from a ground blind. These blinds will be set in strategic locations, obviously not near a road, not near any building. It's in an area that generally the public doesn't use. There's no roads, no trails, so we will designate where the hunt will take place.
Do we know when have y'all picked a day for this?
We have not. We're looking most likely October. It'll be within the archery season. State laws, you must get a hunting license, just like any archery tag. It'll just be in an area that normally they don't hunt. So we'll probably think October, let it cool down a little bit.
I think it's a great opportunity for them to, yeah.
Yeah, we'll probably have a pre-hunt orientation. We'll bring a conservation agent out, talk to them. If it's kids, talk about safety. We'll have our park rangers as well as conservation department folks on hand. If somebody harvests them, to help get the deer out, hang it up, everything, process it.
That's great.
Yeah.
That area you just described, isn't that the county? Over by the dam?
No, it's over by the dam. Everybody has jurisdiction. It's the city here, it's the county here, but where I'm talking below the dam by the hatchery is in the city limits.
Okay.
And I hate to say, today I went to lunch at noon in Branson. When I came back about 1, there was a deer on the shoulder that was just hit within the hour that I went to lunch. And the police chief can probably tell you, they probably do a lot of accidents crossing that road there by the hatchery.
Right. Rock, I appreciate you showing up and providing that input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, currently in the city of Branson, it's illegal to discharge a archery even on an indoor range. Is that correct? Does anyone know that answer? No, Chad? You're saying no? Hillary? Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
I believe that's the case. Really? Okay.
Well, and there's archery at the convention center. Convention center has their archery tournaments.
I was under
Need to, Joe, you have a mic over there?
Gotcha.
Please do, still have our little foam piece. We can look into that to clarify it for you, but we'll have to actually look into the ordinances to verify. I would be surprised that it would not be permitted, within an enclosed area, because it's typically, as Ms. Stepp was saying, it's because of public safety issues, where you're outside and could hit someone in the public.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah. Any other questions? You ready to vote? Let's vote.
I'd just like to add, too, I'm from Minnesota, not California. So.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries. Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 6308.
Excuse me, Hillary.
Yes.
We have an alderman that's requested a break, so we're going to take a brief break. Thank you. Yeah, I know.
I did it.
It's a red
already.
Well, that doesn't prove.
Probably Ricky Zates, usually.
I'll start.
Okay. Call this meeting back to order. Hill, you're on deck.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6308, an ordinance amending Sections 22-1, 22-24, and Appendix A fee schedule of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to businesses and licenses. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6308.
Second.
Well, hi, Ben. Do we have a motion and a second on the floor, Hillary?
Yes.
Okay. Motion second. Ben, we're all ears.
Mayor, can you ask Ben where he is?
Ben, where are you?
I'm fully dressed. I can see that.
You wouldn't happen to be in Nassau.
Is this a
would
paid
You're not in
vacation?
that, you're not in that office in Nassau that we've been all talking about.
I'm just up the hall, actually. It's been a long night. So what this does, this is another one of our code amendments to make things a little easier to do business with the city. This is really targeting business license for lodging establishments. What this is going to do, there's going to do a few different things. It changes the license year to match the state and the county health permit renewals. So that way the licensees can actually get their state and their county health permits before they get the city permit. We have everything in line and wrapped up for each one of the lodging establishments. So the license expires 1 month after the state and county deadlines. That way it gives them some time to do their inspections and get that license. It also levies a penalty for the late fees, $225. A lot of times, by the time we have licensees that are late on their getting their business registered, the late fees are well in excess of that amount, and we have to levy that. So this really caps it at $225 at a certain time, and then by the time they hit 60 days, it'd go up, it'd double, it'd be $450, and that would be the max. That's what this language does, is set a max of $450 late fee in order to get a license within the city. There's other language in there, but a lot of the language just really does what I just mentioned.
We have to ask the audience. Anybody in the audience have any questions? Hearing none, Mr. Cooper has a question.
Ben, did you say it's a year? What, can you just say what you said again about if they don't have it within a year or?
Yeah, so the license runs from November 1st to October 31st. And if they're not licensed by October 31st, there's a 15-day kind of grace period, if you will, that they can still obtain their license. After that 15 days, the late fee, the penalty is $225. When it gets to 60 days, that late fee is $450.
So it's up through 15 days, $225. After 60 days, it doubles.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Thank you.
And what you're proposing is for the health department, their requirement to have their health inspections done would be 30 days prior to the deadline for the
Right.
licensing.
Right. This gives the business enough time to get the inspections done. Right now, that doesn't happen, and it's always a problem to be able to collect a lot of that information just to get a license. So this really lines everything up really well. This is something else that came from our license folks that are actually mailing out and registering business for license fees, kind of a cleanup code item. And again, Hillary helped us with this one too, so she's fantastic.
No. Any other questions from the board? none, let's vote. We need to get Mr. Gas home. It's getting late.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution of the Board of Aldermen of the City of Branson, Missouri, stating facts and reasons for the necessity to amend and increase the fiscal year 2022 tourism fund budget due to the pay for performance PFP agreement with the Branson, Missouri Regional Airport. The floor is open for a motion adopting this resolution.
We have a motion and a second, and where did Ben go? Staff report from, there you are.
So this is another amendment, budget amendment. The next two items are going to be the same thing. One's a resolution, and then the other's the ordinance that actually passes the amendment, or at least the first reading on it. We've got an invoice for $19,248 that is owed to the Branson Airport based on a pay for performance agreement. This is for ticketed passengers from July 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022. We usually get those 3 or 4 months after the end of the year, after that 6-month period. So this is a budget amendment that allows us to go ahead and spend those funds out of the tourism fund, which is typically where they're expensed.
So this is our contractual agreement, and it has to be approved
Correct.
annually, right? Annual appropriation. Any questions from the audience? Really? You're going to come down here and oversell this thing, but go ahead.
Absolutely. Good evening. My name is Stan Field, 15 Whippoorwill Hollow Trail, Kimberling City. I'm the airport director at the Branson Airport. I really appreciate the support that this board has given over the last decade to this contract. It's a contract that has had some people on both sides of it over the years. I want to make a case that this is a great contract for the city of Branson. It's a contract that the city of Branson owes nothing on unless the airport delivers a service to the city. Most contracts that people write aren't like that. If we don't deliver from the airport's perspective, the city pays nothing. If we deliver a visitor to the area, the city supports that with providing money back to the airport to help us cover the $170 million plus of funds that our investor group put into the airport initially and continue to support it to this day from an operational standpoint. Now, why is that important today? I look at the airport as being one of the few private entities in this area that is, that when the airport wins, the whole community wins. Our purpose is to bring visitors into the community. Historically, since we've opened, about 2/3 of every flight is full of visitors. 1/3 of the people on the airplanes are our local residents flying out. But the airport has really been set up from day one to bring tourists in here. When we bring a tourist in here, the city pays us $8.24. The city gets that back plus dollars in sales tax revenues, tourism tax revenues. The sales tax revenue itself about breaks even with the $8.24 using numbers that go back to 2014. There's obviously, I've not had them recalculated on, new sales tax rates and new spending, but we know they've only gone up since then. The tourism tax that goes to the city adds to that number. There's funds that go into the TCED taxing authority that then they have available to them to use for spending that's going to further support our local community. So this was set up from day one to be a win-win. I just want to. It's been pretty quiet about this topic over the last 6 or 7 years, and I want to get up here and make sure that everyone understands this is a win-win situation. I understand the argument that not everyone that flies in as a visitor into Branson Airport stays in the city. I think, though, if you look at the percentages of what happens down the road, like in Ridgedale and other places, those numbers are really fairly small. They're less than 10%, probably close to 5%, even if you just look at hotel room numbers and things like that. It's hard to get an accurate judge, but we know those numbers are fairly small. And there's additional tax the city's collected in addition to above the $8.24 pay per performance amount. And so the city, just looking at a pure cash standpoint, sales tax revenues collected versus payments paid out, the city's in better than a break-even situation. And that doesn't count the job creations and the additional funds that are created on top of that. We have announced a new airline recently. Sun Country is going to start flying in here this fall. The Minneapolis Twin City area is a wonderful originator of tourist visitors to our area. We think those flights are probably going to be more skewed to tourists than our historical flights have been over the years at 2/3. I don't have research to back that up, just anecdotal opinions and thoughts on that. We'll know what they are at the end of the day, but it's certainly going to be at least as well as historically it's been, and I expect it to be even more visitors coming in. We have a wonderful schedule. We're going to keep these flights full. We keep these flights full. Sun Country will add service. They'll add day-of-week service. They'll look at additional routes. I've already been talking to them about some additional routes. This is the way we're going to grow this airport, is by making this service work. I've got other conversations going on with other airlines that I meet all the time, and there is a lot of I'm going to stop short of saying momentum, but there's a lot of very positive conversations going on. The airline industry has been tough going through COVID, dealing with flight shortages or flight crew shortages, things like that. It seems to be turning around a little bit with every one of my conversations. The airlines now see kind of an end date to some of their problems that they've been trying to solve. So I'm very optimistic we're going to see some further great news come out as it relates to bringing air service back into our community and giving the air service that our community deserves to have. So I do appreciate the support from the city of Branson. It's been very helpful over the years.
Thank you, Stan. Anybody else in the audience have any questions, comments? Any members of the board?
What is the expiration date of the agreement with the city and the airport? Do we know that? Just how long the term is?
Stan, do you know?
The term is 30 years, and it started in 2009, so we're about 18 years left, maybe.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. Oh, Mr. Gass. For the record, Mr. Gass, by you asking a question is delaying number 17. Just saying.
I just want to comment. I was certainly glad to hear that presentation about the airport. I sat up there, and I'm one of the guys that put that contract together in 2009. $8.24. I'll never forget that. I remember when the folks came here and presented that to us, we thought they were crazy, but it turned out great. And the only disappointment I had on the whole thing was the airport tried so hard, and we got Southwest Airlines. And it was really moving then. And then we lost Southwest Airlines. I'm so glad to hear that you're getting more flights in and out of there. And it is a win-win situation for the city, as long as those flights keep coming in. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Let's vote.
Sorry, Alderman Cooper, how did you want to vote? It didn't register.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that was 3 yeses. Yes.
The result of the vote is 5-1. Alderman Fenton voted yes, Alderman Denham, yes, Alderman Cooper, yes, Alderman Rodriguez, yes, Alderman Howden, no, and Alderman LeBlanc, yes. Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6309, an ordinance amending the adopted 2022 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in the Tourism Fund for a payment to the Branson, Missouri Regional Airport Transportation Development District. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6309.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Same report, Ben, I'm assuming?
Yep, yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments from the audience? Questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
Yes.
The result of the vote is 5-1. Fenton, yes. Denham, yes. Cooper, yes. Rodriguez, yes. Howden, no. LeBlanc, yes. Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6310, an ordinance approving the contract with Lauber Municipal Law LLC for General Counsel, City Attorney Legal Services, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6310.
We have a motion. And a second. And we'll get a staff report from Joe Lauber. Just kidding. Administrator Stepp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you have before you the contract with Lauber Municipal Law. You all have had the opportunity to work with Joe now for the last several months, as have we and the city. And, it was really nice. We got a chance to dip our toe in the water on this one. As you all know, we'd been undergoing a recruitment using Baker Tilly, and the results of it were anemic is probably the best word that I could use. The challenge that we're finding is there's just less and less attorneys nationwide that are getting into the field of municipal law. And across the state, in particular, I'll keep it to Missouri, we're seeing more and more of a trend of municipalities outsourcing their legal services as a result of the lack of people who are really experts in this. The benefits that we've got using Lauber's team are numerous. One of them in particular is the dearth of experience and knowledge that his team has. Many of his attorneys are very specialized in certain areas of municipal law. And so it's really like we're getting 12, 13, 14 attorneys. I don't know how much you're up to, 13 that he's up to now. We're getting 13 really for the price of one. And I appreciate all of you indulging us as we did a trial period so we could make sure that the office hours and, the different arrangement versus saying having one person 40 hours a week sitting down the hall, we wanted to make sure that this would work. And it's not only worked well, it's actually exceeded my expectations in our team. So we ask for your support as we move forward and make Lauber's team our official city attorney.
Does anybody want to address the cost savings that we've had at the city? I believe our previous law firm hourly rate, $325?
Close to, well, it depended on the services, but we were close to 400 is probably the fair.
Close to
way round it
400,
up.
and by hiring Lauber firm that specializes in municipal law in Missouri with 13 attorneys, $195 an hour.
Correct.
So the rate's cut in half and the services are multiple. I've had the opportunity to visit with Joe on a few topics, and I've been extremely impressed.
I'll ditto that. I mean, the knowledge that in the few times I've been around is just, it's unbelievable. So I think we got to good deal and glad to have them on.
Any comments from the audience? Any other comments from the board? Let's vote.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries.
Welcome aboard, Joe.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6311, an ordinance approving the purchase of a Pierce Impel PUC pumper for the fire department and authorizing the mayor to execute the documents related thereto. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6311.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Ted. Chief Martin.
Pretty excited. When I asked for money, I guess I'd go all out tonight, so here we go on the next two items. This is for the purchase of a Pierce pumper from a qualified vendor, McQueen Emergency, which is located in the St. Louis area, but they service our areas of the vendor, using the Houston-Galveston Area Cooperative bid, which is a way to get best pricing through that program. This pumper will be for Fire Station number 4. Utilizing the HGAC cooperative bid, staff recommends the purchase of one Pierce pumper for a total project price, keyword, of $1.45 million, $450,000. This bid price for the pumper from the vendor is $1,090,812. The vendor has also notified us of an addendum request, thanks to the EPA, that if, based on timing, we may have to spend up to an additional $116,741 for EPA emission requirements coming to all trucks in the very near future. When I say that, near future, the fire truck will not be complete for upwards of 18 months to 2 years. So those EPA regulations are coming down fast. The fire department will also be purchasing an estimated $240,000 for the fire rescue equipment, realizing it's a new fire station, a new pumper. We're not swapping equipment around. We have to buy new air packs, new fire hose, new jaws of life to go on that apparatus. So the total project price comes up to that $1,450,000. The Pierce Impel pumper is similar to the current engine 1, is currently in production. There's a picture up there, Chad? Coming up. Currently in production at the factory. The new pumper will include a larger booster tank, some clean cab concepts for us to use for our firefighters for health and wellness. And we would like to ask for a double read tonight due to timing. I know I set up to 2 years for production, but they are doing a price increase this week, and we'd like to honor their time and get that bid in prior to the price increase, upwards of 10%. So this is kind of the schematic drawing. We have an internal team of our staff led by Captain Clark Bogle. He has a team with him that has done the design work from the departure angles from the front bumper to the back bumper, because we have nice level roads in Branson, right, in the driveway entrances, to some of the special features on the apparatus. So this has been designed internally with our team. Be happy to answer any questions.
Very nice. Any questions from anybody in the audience? Board, did you get that strong sales close? If we don't give it a double read, the price maybe go up 10% next week. Everybody got that? Any questions from the board? It's a good service.
It's a lot of trouble.
Life expectancy to that point is 20 years, 10 years frontline service, 10 years reserve status.
No, it blows my mind that
Yeah.
You heard it here, Alderman Cooper doesn't support the fire
It is a
department.
lot.
I didn't say that.
That's what I heard.
I just said that's a lot of money.
Okay, well, let's vote and see how Cooper votes.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries.
Mayor, because I'm so excited, I move to read Bill number 6311 for its final reading due to timing and to get that quote that we have.
We have a motion and a second. Anybody in the audience wishing to address this? We're going to be voting to approve a second read. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. The
result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries.
Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction for this item?
Your Honor, this is a final reading of Bill Number 6311, an ordinance approving the purchase of a Pierce Impel PUC pumper for the fire department and authorizing the mayor to execute the documents related thereto. The floor is open for a motion to approve the final reading of Bill Number 6311.
We have oh, look it. It worked. We have a motion and a second.
Look at that.
Any questions from the audience? Questions from the board? This is the second and final reading. Let's vote.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries.
So after that, Ted, you're going to ask for more money. Is that what I
Yes, sir.
understand? Okay.
Your Honor, this is a first reading of Bill Number 6312, an ordinance accepting the proposal of Construct Companies for construction of Fire Station Number 4 and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6312.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Chief Martin.
Hey, Dick Gas, it just became real, I think. We're coming that way. Bids were received on April 25th, 2023 for the construction of a new fire station number 4 located at 251 Champaign Boulevard to the south side of the city of Branson. This new 9,556 square foot building will include 3 apparatus bays, living quarters, 6 bunk rooms, and office space. The building is budgeted to be staffed with a captain, engineer, and 2 firefighters operating on the engine company. Qualified bids were received from 2 construction companies, and I do want to be transparent here. We received 3 bids, 1 was rejected. So we always ask, why just 2? We did receive 3. They failed one section of their bid process. The Construct Companies, LLC, submitted a price of $4,059,673.77. Snyder Construction for $4,667,000. The architect from Hofer Walker has checked the references and recommends a low bidder, Construct Companies LLC. Staff has also reviewed the bid documents and recommends the contract be awarded to the low bidder, Construct Companies LLC, in the amount of $4,059,673.77. 4 quick bullet points. One is we will have additional funding to spend on our part. We have some.
I'm sorry, say that again?
We'll have some additional funds above the construction side as we have some owner-provided things to do. Furniture, fixtures, for example. We also have a bill coming in for testing of materials. I think, Michael, $20-some thousand, $22,000 for soil, concrete, and footings. So just in transparency, just saying that there will be a few extra dollars above the construction price. Also, we'd like to talk to you tonight about adding a section that was missed. Miss Cheryl upstairs, we point up to Cheryl. She's good at what she does and keeps us in line. And there was one section that we missed on change orders. Now that's a dirty word to us, right? But this gives the administrator the opportunity to do the change orders based on a resolution passed by the board in previous years, I believe in 2019. So we have that ready for the clerk to queue up for one of you to consider as well. And then we'd also, we'd just like to get to work and maybe do a double read tonight also.
So a couple questions. One is, my understanding is, even with these additions and this quote change order, the total price is less than what we were anticipating. Is that correct or no?
Yes, when we first went out to bid, it was $5.9 million.
Yes.
We made some design changes that were primarily eliminating the meeting room, which we have meeting space around the city to use. That allowed for some roof structure changes to be done, water detention pond to be eliminated, some concrete eliminated. So it worked out well that we still are getting the footprint that the firefighters laid out. Again, an internal committee that helped work on this of our team, led by Captain Edson, to build this format out, this floor plan. So we're excited that this will be serving the south side of the city. I do see in the future an ISO drop with the addition of this building from a 3 to a 2 that would benefit the entire city. The response protocols will cover the entire city as well with more manpower. So there's a big picture citywide, not just to the south.
Would you go back over that ISO rating?
The ISO rating is a scale of 1 to 10. 10 virtually means you have no fire protection. Most fire departments are in that 6 range, 5 to 6. We are an ISO class 3, which what that translates to is it should be lower risk insurance for our properties here in town. And if we get down, when we add the station, ISO believes that we'll be able to get to a 2 by adding the manpower, by adding the fleet, by adding the training. Those features will come in to help us get that lower rating, hopefully.
So can I be as bold as to say, if we can get this ISO 2 rating down to 2, will that translate into our residents and businesses having a lower insurance, fire insurance rating?
ISO and the insurance vendors will say could reduce insurance rates for residential and commercial properties.
Okay. Logic would say it.
Typically, that happens.
Yeah. And if that did happen, how exciting would that be for us to go through this, thanks to Mr. Gass, and it benefiting every resident and business in Branson, right? And that's pretty loud. So, any questions from the audience? Questions from the board?
Chief, I just want to say, I don't have a question, but I want to say congratulations. I mean, I don't know how Alderman Cooper is going to vote tonight, but seemingly this will pass. And so congratulations to you and your team. Well-deserved. Dick and everybody that's worked on this for years, you guys are owed a lot of credit to. This wasn't just something that happened overnight. There's been a lot of years and sweat and tears that's gone into this. So thank you to everybody involved, but in particular, you guys have done an awesome job on this design. We've seen this design, very, very nice. I think it's going to look really good down there. I think you know, when that number came back, obviously it was a shock, and you rolled up your sleeves and said, all right, well, let's figure it out and let's get this done. And you kept pushing forward. So kudos to you, and thank you for that. And we'll see what Alderman Cooper does, but I'm rooting for you.
Why is it me tonight? I mean,
You know what, let's just base this on results.
golly.
I'll share with you, Assistant Chief Houston's been here since we went from volunteer to career department.
Oh, nice.
He's seen that development, that growth. We've seen it. He's been a big part of it, and that's where we're at today, to your point.
Well, if by chance this passes, the first read, we're going to be asking this board to do a double read tonight.
Well,
Let's see if this one passes first.
And Mr. Mayor, I have an amendment. We have an amendment?
Amendment to this,
Yes, just so once you make the motion to amend, you can only talk about that. So just make sure that you're talking right now about everything that you need to before we do the motion. So if anybody else has any comments on the bill as presented, go ahead and let them do that now, and then we'll do the motion to amend next.
so once we go to the motion to amend, we can't talk about this anymore?
You can talk about the amendment, but you can't talk about the topic. You can
But
only
we don't
talk
know
about
what the amendment is.
Well, I will tell you. It's
But she can't tell you until you vote.
What you're saying
Chief Martin needs some language in there to allow for change orders, is what the amendment
Okay,
would be.
so blah, blah, blah. Everybody ready to vote? Let's vote.
No.
So,
Mr. Mayor, I move.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we had to vote first.
no, you have a motion
gonna
second on
amend
the
it.
floor.
Got
You-
it.
Yeah, I
You're
just wanted
wanting
to.
no discussion.
Now I want to
Yes,
hear
yes.
about the amendment.
I just wanted to make sure your discussion was done first before you made your motion.
Is all discussion complete? Yep, okay.
Mr. Mayor, I have an amendment to allow for the city administrator to do reasonable change orders. Will you read it, Hillary, please?
Yes. So my recommendation would be a motion to amend Bill number 6312, Section 2, by adding the following. The Board of Aldermen hereby authorizes the city administrator to approve change orders for contractual time extensions and cost modifications as necessary in accordance with the city's change order policy established in resolution number 2019 R002.
It would be appropriate for the person making the motion to say so moved,
So moved.
and then second.
So we have a motion and a second on the,
Amendment.
On the amendment.
just the
So-
amendment.
Yes, so you're gonna, if nobody has any comments on the amendment, you will call for the vote on the amendment, and then we will call for a vote on the bill as amended.
Any questions, comments on the amendment?
What is the max on the change orders?
That is a great question.
Is it the normal 50,000 or is it?
Thought it was, is it 100?
I thought it was 100,000.
Yeah.
Michael, you don't know, do you?
Come on, Mike.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Because that was my question too. I think it's 100,000. So this
But I
is
think
dif-
we should know the
so-
answer to that.
So this is different than the normal 50,000 that, that
That's for vendors.
Give us just a second. We'll see if we can pull it up really quick.
holding. You want me to do a song or anything?
That'd be great. Yeah, if you could do a song real quick, that'd be awesome.
What's it pay? How much it pay?
Maybe work on your attitude about supporting this thing. Huh, Cody?
Real. Where's my dress?
Wait till you see the headlines tomorrow. Where's Jason Wirt? You getting this headline for tomorrow, Jason?
Yeah, this is awkward. The change order process is in code, right? So this would just be pursuant to whatever code says.
It's a resolution that sets the policy for change orders. That's what I was pulling up to see if it had a dollar amount, and I am not seeing it, so that's what we were looking up.
Well, it's whatever code says, so I don't.
Alderman Rodriguez requested what that max is, and I think that's a fair question.
What was the question?
I don't.
What was his question?
We're authorizing her to approve amendments in that, but he was asking, what's the max amount?
Yeah.
Okay, it says the project cost up to $1 million, so it's not to exceed 10% in cumulative change orders above an original approved project contract amount and to remain within the project budget approved, and if applicable, amended by the Board of Aldermen. Does that answer your question?
10% of 4 million?
10%.
Yes.
It's up to
That's what it says.
400,000.
Any other questions or discussions? Let's vote. We're voting on the amended bill number 63,
On the amendment,
just on the amendment.
on this one. Alderman LeBlanc?
Okay, vote.
Yes.
Okay.
Clayton gave me the disease.
The result of the vote of the amendment is 6-0, motion carries.
Okay, so now we're going to vote on 6312 as amended.
There you go.
Any questions from the audience? Questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
Sorry, I'm getting there, And this is on the bill as amended. Alderman LeBlanc.
Are you looking? Did you ask for a second read on this one? Oh, look.
The result of the vote is 6-0,
It was that
motion
pause.
carries.
Okay, so now Madam Clerk is going to walk us through the language requesting a second read. Is that correct?
Yes. So I need a motion to move to read Bill number 6312 for its final reading due to timing.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to approve a second read. The question I have for you, Mr., getting a second read tonight, are you prepared, or is Kathy prepared to give us we're going to break ground date?
I'll call the contractor tomorrow. When I spoke with him a week or so ago, he said, I was expecting to be several months out. His response to me was, when I bid a project, I'm ready to go to work. So that was encouraging. So I would say that within the next couple of weeks, we ought to have a good date selected for a groundbreaking. The administrators made it very clear sooner than later.
Okay, so we're voting to approve a second read. Any questions, comments? Hearing none, let's vote.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries. Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill number 6312, an ordinance accepting the proposal of construction companies for construction of Fire Station number 4 and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the final reading of Bill number 6312.
We have
A motion and a second.
we have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the audience? Discussion from the board?
Dick, congratulations, buddy.
We haven't voted yet. Questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Dick. Thank you, community. Thank you, board. Exciting day.
Okay, Your Honor, this
Look
is
if
the...
they leave. Hey,
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 6313, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with Connell Insurance Incorporated for brokerage services for property liability, workers' compensation, and cyber liability insurance coverages, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill number 6313.
Well, Haley, we know why you're here,
Yep.
right? We have a motion and a second on the floor. We get a staff report from Haley.
So this is just the second renewal of a 3-year master contract authorizing Connell
I'm sorry,
Insurance-
Haley, would you
I'm
speak into
sorry,
the
you
mic,
can't hear
please?
me.
Thank you.
Apologize. So this is a second renewal of a 3-year master contract with Connell Insurance. They are now Higginbotham partners as well. Providing brokerage services for property liability, workers' compensation, and cyber liability insurance coverages on behalf of the city of Branson for July 1st of 2023 through June 30th of 2024. That's it.
Got a staff report. Is there any questions from anybody in the audience? Questions, comments from anybody on the board?
Haley, I think this is your first time presenting to us, right?
That's correct.
So I think you got to be hazed a little bit.
Well, I mean, that's fine. You can haze
I mean,
me
you
a little
can't.
bit.
You don't look real nervous, though.
Well, I mean, if we don't authorize them, then we don't get to bind coverage, and then we don't have insurance.
So that's the only trade-off.
I guess.
Correct.
I guess no hazing then.
Yeah, you're welcome to haze, but I think you're probably might want to do this. Maybe. I could be wrong.
Are there any legitimate comments or questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries.
Haley, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, the next item is appointments. The appointment process is in accordance with the Board and Committee Appointments Procedure for Category 1, appointments made by the mayor with approval of the Board of Aldermen. The board will be voting on a slate of appointments. Are there any aldermen requesting any appointment to be pulled from the slate to be voted on individually? Mayor, please announce your slate of appointments to be voted on.
Hillary, does this include the change?
It does, Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Okay, so the appointment to the Advisory Park Board to fill the unexpired term of Roger Hunsinger until June 2024 is Lane McConnell. Reappointment to the Advisory Park Board with a term expiring June 2026 is Michael Young, Micah Farley, Candace Sullinger, and Scott Weist. An appointment to the Planning Commission with a term expiring April 2027 is Charles Hillis and Lewis Green.
The floor is open for a motion to approve the slate of appointments for Category 1 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries.
That's great, and I do want to thank everybody that has applied. I know we had more applications than we typically receive. And I know there's been a considerable amount of time going through the applications and a lot of discussion. I'm so excited about what these new boards are going to do, and I want to thank those that signed up and willing to serve.
Okay, Your Honor, the next item is Category 2 appointments. The appointment process is in accordance with the Board and Committee appointments procedure for Category 2, appointments made by the governing body. Since there were the same number of qualified applicants as there were vacancies, the board will be voting on the following qualified applicants as a slate instead of by ballot. Are there any aldermen requesting an appointment be pulled from the slate to be voted on individually? Hearing none, so Mayor, will you announce the appointments?
Sure. The appointment to the Industrial Development Authority with a term expiring December 2028 is Ty Robertson. The appointment to the Board of Adjustment with a term expiring April 2028 is Dan Noselek.
The floor is open for a motion to approve the slate of appointments for Category 2 as presented. Do we have a second?
We have a motion and a second. Is there any questions or discussions from this board? Hearing none, let's vote.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries.
Congratulations, Ty and Dan. Thank you for willing to serve.
Your Honor, the next, hang on. The next item is appointments, and due to the way that Section 2-28 Administrative Supervisory Committees of the Branson Municipal Code is written, there's not an established number of positions on the Finance Committee or the Human Resources Committee. The code states the mayor and the board may appoint citizens to serve on each of the committees. The mayor and board will first need to determine the number of positions they would like to have on these committees. The mayor is recommending 3 positions to be filled on the Finance Committee and 3 positions to be filled on the Human Resources Committee. Do we have a motion for that number of positions?
I move to fill 3 positions on the Finance Committee and 3 positions on the Human Resources Committee.
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion from members on the board? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, would you call a roll call vote, please?
Fenton?
Yes.
Denham? Yes. Cooper?
Yes.
Milton?
Yep.
Howden?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
LeBlanc?
Yes.
The result of the vote is 7-0, motion carries. So now we'll move on to the appointments. The appointment process is in accordance with that Board and Committee procedure for Category 3, appointments made by the mayor and the Board of Aldermen. Since there were 3 positions voted to be filled for the Human Resources Committee and 3 applicants, the board will now be voting on Christine Deaton, Travis Leeming, and Lane McConnell to be appointed to the Human Resources Committee with terms expiring April 2024.
So do I have a motion to approve the slate of appointments for the Human Resource Committee as presented?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, would you provide a roll call vote, please?
Fenton?
Yes.
Denham? Cooper?
Yes.
Milton?
Yep.
Howden?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
LeBlanc?
Yes.
The result of the vote is 7-0, motion carries. The mayor and board will now be voting by ballot on the following applicants, and the 3 applicants receiving the most votes will be appointed to the Finance Committee with terms expiring April 2024. I have ballots. Mayor, if we could get a motion for those on the floor, I'll pass out these ballots.
Okay.
So moved.
We have a motion.
So let's just read the names really quick, just into the record for that motion. You want me to do it?
Sure.
So it's Alex Williams, Cherry Webster, Pamela Yancey, Michael Pinkley, and Daniel Meenan is who we're voting for.
Come on, man. Oh, man, how much longer is this?
All right. The results of the vote: Alderman Fenton voted for Alex Williams, Pamela Yancey, and Michael Pinkley. Alderman Denham voted for Cherry Webster, Pamela Yancey, and Daniel Meenan. Alderman Cooper voted for Alex Williams, Pamela Yancey, Michael Pinkley. Mayor Milton voted for Alex Williams, Pamela Yancey, and Michael Pinkley. Alderman Howden voted for Alex Williams, Pamela Yancey, and Michael Pinkley. Alderman Rodriguez voted for Alex Williams, Pamela Yancey, and Michael Pinkley. Alderman LeBlanc voted for Alex Williams, Pamela Yancey, and Michael Pinkley. So the result of the votes are Alex Williams, 6, Cherry Webster, 1, Pamela Yancey, 7, Michael Pinkley, 6, and Daniel Meenan, 1. So the 3 appointed are Alex Williams, Pamela Yancey, and Michael Pinkley. And we're done with that now.
So I do want to thank everybody that applied. And once again, I know the resumes were thoroughly vetted. It's so comforting to see we have the interest in our community to participate at these levels. This is where a lot of our city decisions are made. And so I want to congratulate Alex, Michael, and Pam, and looking forward to great things on this committee this year. We are now into the report section. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. Did we go into executive? Oh, brother. Alderman Fenton?
Mayor, I got nothing, but it was very excited for that fire department and what's to come with the police department, so looking forward to it, guys.
Ruth?
At the Planning and Zoning Commission, a preliminary plat for Stillwood East subdivision was presented and approved, so that will be coming through to the Board of Aldermen. Also, I just wanted to say that congratulations to the fire department, and the presentations tonight, I think, were extremely informative and respectful and heartfelt, and I'm just really happy that we all listened, because it's our community that was speaking to us. So I really appreciated all the comments made tonight, that people feel comfortable enough to come to this board and express their feelings. So that's
I
it.
surely agree with that. Thanks for saying that. Clay?
In lieu of what Bill Skane says, I don't wear a dress. And in lieu of what this board says, I absolutely support the fire department. So all your joking, congratulations, y'all. I had a question. Our attorney brought up something about the resource officers, and I know this was a discussion a while back. Are there now resource officers on all school campuses in the Branson School District, Chief? Okay, thank you. All right.
The answer was yes.
Yes. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Alderman Howden.
Mr. Mayor, I really appreciated your comments about the robust discussion we had about appointments. I just want to say briefly, and I think there's a middle ground here, but as one alderman, I don't always just like if you've been on a board in the past, then you continue on in the future. Now, you respect the decades and years of experience some of these folks have, but I think you find a balance there, and I think we did a really good job of that, of getting some new blood on the board, but also keeping the experienced people who have the ability to help us along. And I guess the final thing I would say is, if at any point Parks was ever looked at as sort of like a throwaway commission or just one that kind of random people got put on, no longer are we going to look at it like that. It's a very important commission that, quite frankly, brings in revenue and does a fantastic job. So I've been asked as an alderman to kind of sit on that and kind of steward that along and take a lot of pride in that. And we'll work very hard for the citizens of Branson to make sure that we have the quality of life and parks that they deserve. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks for saying that. Alderman Rodriguez.
I got nothing.
Alderman LeBlanc.
Chiefs, congratulations on the approval, and let's go move some dirt. And I know Dick Gass has already left, but Dick and Bill and those guys really, they really stewarded that whole public safety tax, and they should be thanked for that. Sometimes you never know the seeds you plant if you're ever going to see the fruit that it'll bear, but these guys are able to at least see that happen. And I'm pretty happy about that. I know Ruth and I have done some town halls, and the people that live in that area, Point Royale and that surrounding area, are just over the moon excited about this fire station because it really lowers their response time to get treatment and get care and things like that. So that's going to be amazing, and I know you guys are going to do a great job in filling it with some amazing firefighters because you guys got just such a great team. Gosh, yeah, thank you very much. That's all I got.
Thanks, Ralph. Administrator Stepp.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to say congratulations to the community at large for the new fire station, but I think I'd be remiss in not reminding everybody that, yes, appreciation much goes to Ted and to his team, but this is a giant effort. When we have projects like this, I want to give a special shout out to Michael in Public Works. And Michael has been instrumental in bringing his street smarts, not just his book smarts, to, and his team as well. A couple of the guys upstairs too, who were looking at bids and estimates and making sure, that things were jiving the way they should jive and pointing out some potential errors that saved us from, tripping. Coming down the pike, especially when it comes to the new police station. So it is a giant collective effort on the part of Public Works and engineering, fire station, the police station, all these things, all these different teams working together. And my hat's off to all you guys because you consistently show me how literally teamwork makes the dream work here at the city of Branson. And we can't do it without that collective effort and everybody pulling in the same direction. Nobody here cares who gets the credit. And that's the other really cool thing about this team. So congratulations to the whole team at large, to you all and past board members who had the vision and the fortitude to see the project through. And we hope to be breaking ground, dare I say, Ted, I'm going to say it, in June. That's our goal. So full speed ahead. Thank you.
For the record, Administrator Stepp formally announced an official groundbreaking for the fire department.
I know.
New fire station
I said tentative.
in June of 2023.
Thank you, Mayor, for that. Really appreciate you.
I don't have much. I do truly appreciate the number of citizens that came out and spoke during public comment. It takes effort on their part to come and share their voice, and it makes us feel good that they know their voice is being heard, which is the way our democracy is designed to be. It doesn't always happen, but it's designed that way, and it was a good reflection. I think we had a very professional, effective meeting this evening. I've noticed a change. I'm not sure where the change came from, but it's very professional meeting. Covered a lot of good ground and made a lot of decisions tonight. Makes me proud of that. Obviously, the congratulation goes to both of our chiefs, but I wanted to point out Michael in particular for the efforts you put in. And it is a team effort. Kathy, I appreciate you saying that, because it really is a team effort to do these things. So now, Chief Eric Schmidt is left in the dust. Fire department is soaring, right?
I've got an auction coming
Did I
up.
just hear the mayor doesn't support the police?
Jason, yeah, don't write this part down. I'm going to wrap up, and what do we need to do to?
I'd like to.
Next item
yeah.
is to move into executive session. The floor is open for a motion.
I move to go into closed executive session pursuant to 610.021.2 RSMO for real estate.
We have a motion.
Who is that second? Okay. All right.
Is the motion supposed to be from Clay?
It is, and it's going
Come
to
on.
be. There we go.
Okay, there you go. So we have motion and a second. No discussion. It's not optional. Let's vote.
Yes.
The result of the vote is
Is that the new,
6-0, motion carries.
okay, excuse me, Joe, are we under these new rules now where we're going to go into executive and then come back out here and adjourn this meeting? That's something new.
Yes, that's something that I've been working on with the city clerk. Really, all closed sessions are supposed to be bracketed within an open meeting. And so you know, because you actually have to take action to go into the closed session. You got to be able to do, that's not a closed session item, so.
I want to know how many people are going to be in the audience when we come back to close out this meeting. Jason, you in for the long run?
I am ordering my team to go home.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm on your team.
Yes.
there and he's moved on to. Let's do it.
It's funny.
Look at that, that's cool. Look at all those pointers.
So do I call the meeting back?
The Clay Cooper
order?
Show.
My new laser box.
Where's it at?
You just make a motion to adjourn.
Oh. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
No sense in voting. Shit.
And now that was live.
It was live.
Fitton.
Madam Clerk, yeah.
Denham. Yep. Cooper.
I'm a yes.
Bowden.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
LeBlanc.
Yes.
What's the result of the vote?
6-0.
Meeting's adjourned.
Hey, was that on your script? Was that on your script?